Hey there, REM PCs. Welcome to Rules of Cool, where we interview very special guests, creators, gamers, designers, and world builders. I'm your host, REM, and today we are talking about Sixth World stories with some of the best historians and world builders of Shadowrun. And then stay tuned because up next at 5 p.m. Pacific time is the third episode of our actual play of Shadowrun Sixth World Emerald Glitch. But first, don't forget that you can support our wonderful partners at Fragging Unicorn Games by going to the Kickstarter and backing Misspent Youth Issue 3, Fall in Love, Not in Line. In fact, next week, we'll be right here with the creator of Misspent Youth, Robert Bull, the owner of Fragging Unicorns, OC Opti Presley, and lead developer of Issue 3, Clifton Lambert, for a very special interview. Additionally, after that episode of Rules of Cool, we'll be playing Misspent Youth on our monthly one-shot show, allowing our Shadowrunners to take a well-earned break. But now it's time to get right into our conversation for this week, so stay tuned. Hey everyone, welcome back. We are here with some very special guests today. We've been talking about Shadowrun for a couple weeks. I'm really excited for this one because we get to tell the stories of the Sixth World. So I'm Rem and I'm here with four very special guests. I'd like you all to introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about what got you into Shadowrun and what Shadowrun related work that you've done. So let's start with Joel.
Well, hi, I'm Joel, also known as Gardamoge. Maybe the second or third time I've actually shown my face on a Shadowrun stream, so hello. What got me into Shadowrun is the original cover, 1989 original core rulebook, Shadowrun first edition, and the imagery is iconic to this day, and it brought me in. And now I'm on a podcast with some, ne'er-do-wells and kind of crazy people like, I think I see a few of them here as well. But I've also gotten to work on playtesting some of the Catalyst work and kind of providing, as best I can, a little bit of world building in the in-between places like food and drink and the political machinations that make the world go round.
Excellent. Glad to have you here, Joel. Clifton, how about you? Oh, you are muted, my friend. Just kidding.
Okay, how about this?
That's great.
I remembered that Zoom has to have the focus to be able to hear me. Okay, sorry about that. I'll start again. Hello, I am Clifton Lambert. I am, that is my author nom de plume. You may also know me as Mr. Johnson of the Arcology podcast. I have published the longest running actual play for Shadowrun that is out there in podcast world, and a bunch of other content talking about Shadowrun. But I also have gotten to write for Shadowrun. I wrote the novella Kill Penalty, which is an urban brawl story. That was a lot of fun. I think it turned out pretty good. And I've also gotten to write a lot for the Anarchy 2050 book. And more recently, I've been writing a lot of rules stuff for 6th edition, some of the new books that are coming out, like the Shadowrun Companion with the alternate character creation rules, bunch of qualities, and I'm talking too long, so I'm going to pass the mic.
Not at all. Love all the contributions you've done. Jennifer, how about you?
My name's Jennifer Brozak. I am an author, editor, and media tie-in writer. I do this full time. My introduction to Shadowrun is back in 1992, where I became the night test lead on Sega Genesis's Shadowrun game. And that's where I started there. So let's see. Since then, I became a proofer for Shadowrun. That was back in the Sprite and Adam Jury days. Then I started writing fiction with Seattle 2072. And these days, I am only a fiction writer. I write novels, novellas, and short stories. My most recent novel is Elfin Black. And it's set in the Seattle area. I got to stat out Snohomish, and I call it my daddy issues book because what do you do with a powerful mage who suddenly becomes powerless because of his own father? Yeah, you deal with it any way you can. I also have written the first young adult series in Shadowrun, the novella series that starts with A Kiss to Die For and See How She Runs. And I have been contracted for Unrepairable and the Kilimanjaro Run. And so far my novels have all started off as short stories I've written for the Shadowrun anthologies. So Makeda Red came off of Rune's Avatar Cafe, and Elfin Black came off of Dark Side Matters. And if I get my way, I have 2 other novels that I would like to write, wrapping up a series, a bunch of stuff that I have put down. Because if you read my Shadowrun stuff, you will see a crossover from different Shadowrun characters going from one story to another, maybe as a side character, maybe as the hero or villain of the story.
That's awesome. I've been just getting into the Shadowrun novels, and one of the first ones I read was Makeda Red, and it's phenomenal. If you start somewhere with Shadowrun, you've got a good pick with Makeda. So
thank
awesome.
you. I also did a podcast called Shadow Bites, and I also wrote on the Shadowrun Returns video game that continues the Sam Werner storyline 21 years later after I started it with Sega Genesis. Sega? No, Nintendo.
It's been a long time.
It's been a very long time.
I definitely have more questions about that as we get into this. So thank you. Last but not least, I have my friend OC Opti Presley.
Jennifer, I had no idea that you went back to those old video games. That was actually my introduction to Shadowrun. So that's pretty dope. I am Opti. You probably know me from the Neo-Anarchist podcast, which is an in-character, year-by-year history of the Shadowrun universe lore. Also do produce the Shadowrun Origins podcast, which is actual play through the classic adventures from the golden age of Shadowrun. As far as stuff I've done officially, I started writing for Shadowrun a couple of years ago and did Shadowrun Anarchy, Chicago Chaos, and was the lead for Anarchy 2050. I did a short story in the Drawing Destiny anthology called Lovers in a Dangerous Time. And then recently just had a novella release called Kings of the Street. But then other than that, did a lot of business in the later parts of Shadowrun 5th edition, Cutting Aces, Book of the Lost, Forbidden Arcana, Dark Terrors. I did a lot of stuff in Kill Code and Better Than Bad. Those are the ones that I think I put the most words into and were best received. But then also a ton of words in the Neo-Anarchist Streetpedia as well. And I'm still just hanging around. But other than that, that's what I've done. What we'll do in the future, who knows?
You mentioned Anarchy 2050.
Yeah, yeah. I was a lead on Anarchy 2050, where I had to call Cliff and say, "Hey, a couple of writers bailed out. You want to write the whole book for me?"
But my scope of that project went from I'll do 10,000 words to I want to say it was over 36,000 when it was all said and done.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Yeah, Cliff and I worked quite well. Oh, and I should say that Joel was being modest. When I first started writing, Joel and I would just sit for hours tossing ideas back and forth. And so he's a lot of the shadow inspiration for a lot of the stuff that I wrote.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys mentioned some of the fiction that you've worked on in terms of novellas and the fiction novels themselves. Can can you guys give us some, those of you who have worked on fiction, can you give us some of the story arcs so that anyone looking to get into Shadowrun and start reading the novels can pick something that resonates specifically with them? Let's start with Clifton.
Yeah, I guess well, I've got my novella, which was Kill Penalty. It's an urban brawl story, and urban brawl is a sport that is unique to Shadowrun. It originally started from a sort of formalized gang warfare that got picked up as a sport, where essentially you try to get the ball into your opponent's goal, and everybody has guns, and some people have motorcycles, and it takes place in an urban environment. And I've just found the idea of urban brawl to be so much fun. Like in real life, of course, horrible dystopian would be terrible. People getting killed playing sports is just par for the course. Bad thing. But as a fiction idea, it's just so much fun. And so I came up with an idea for a character for that. And I didn't want to do just a straight up, here's some urban brawl stuff that goes on. So I came up with a story arc where the character is getting but I also wanted to involve shadow running besides the sport. So the character Redlock is a really, really good. He's a protege of a famous urban brawl player who had to retire due to an injury, and she's putting all of her hopes into her adopted son and is really, really hard at him, super, super high pressure. And he does really awesome, but she never has any praise for him, and it bothers him. But eventually he gets framed for cheating in an urban brawl game by Shadowrunners. They managed to do something. I don't know if you want the details. Yeah, I'll drop it in. So there's a little thing in Shadowrun called alchemy, where you can put a spell into a physical object that can then be triggered later. In urban brawl, magic is not allowed. It's illegal. And so you've got astral referees watching for signs of magic going on. So what they did, what the Shadowrunners did was they managed to infiltrate this party before a big game, and Redlock has the cybernetic implant long hair because his hair didn't grow naturally because he got so much cyberware installed in him while he was a growing teenager by his mom. And so they made a perfect sort of focus object for placing an alchemical spell on. So a very skilled alchemist managed to sneak up and put an alchemy spell on his hair, and then shielded it and hit it. And then that person snuck into the urban brawl field and waited so that they could manually trigger it at a certain time. And yeah, Redlock did some cool stuff and basically went to almost win the game for his team at an important moment. And then the refs showed up and he got called out for cheating. And considering a game where people die as the sport, people give their lives to get points. The idea of a teammate selling their other teammates out by trying to cheat, well, your life is on the line. So Redlock has to flee into the shadows and try to make a life. Tries to make a life as a Shadowrunner, not really cut out for it. Gets sucked into the sort of amateur league urban brawl where they use gel rounds instead of real bullets. Does really well there. Has a sort of story arc where he gets to know the characters, and it's really first he's really reluctant. It feels like it's beneath him, but it's getting back into the game. And soon his mother comes back with an offer to get him back into the pro league with the assistance of some mafia contacts if he helps throw the game at this important amateur league thing. So I won't tell any more that what's going on. I think I've revealed enough of the story, but that's sort of his big choice and character arc at the end. And he has to deal with whether he's going to do the right thing or the wrong thing, or what his mother tells him to do. The deal with the fallout. It was a lot of fun to write, and I have to say, big props to the editor, who I really should remember her name. Nuts. I'll have to look it up to name drop it later in the stream here. Apologies, but she did such a good job with helping me pull out what was really important about the story elements, and cut out some of the fat that was just like, here's some cool Shadowrun stuff that I thought was neat, but doesn't really mean much to the story other than here's some Shadowrun flavor. So it was grueling going through the editing process. I felt like I was the worst writer who ever tried to write anything but it took me a number of extra months to go through and do that. But man, it's just so much better of a story because of it. And I really took it to heart that like whatever the editor says is right, no matter how I feel about it. So.
Well, I love hearing the stories. Because Shadowrun stories are fun, but also hearing the writers talk about them, like you can really get that excitement and that passion, and like you said, that sense of fun from writing it. And then of course the honesty of the process and everything too. I think that's what's really cool about these kinds of conversations. So
if I have another sort of funny story relating to this, if I'm not taking too much time.
Go right ahead. We've
right.
got time.
So I didn't really plan on being a Shadowrun writer or a writer really, but I hang out with a lot of writers just as a Shadowrun podcaster, going to the cons and meeting people. And the way I got into writing Shadowrun, the way I got into writing this novella was I'm just hanging out with some of the other Shadowrun writers outside of a restaurant late at night at Gen Con. And John Helfers, the fiction lead for Catalyst, just comes walking up. He's talking to people like, hey, what are you doing about this? And it looks to me like, all right, Cliff, what are you going to get me a novella? Like, I'm just standing next to authors. He's like, but how about Urban Brawl? He's like, oh, awesome. He gave me a hug, and like, then now I had to write a novella. So.
Yeah, it was Rusty and Cliff and I were standing outside. And John comes stumbling out. I was talking to Rusty and I about the novellas. That was pretty epic. And Cliff walked away like, did I just get to write a novel?
That's my writer origin story.
I love it. A superhero was born. Excellent.
Well, we'd be remiss not to mention Rusty's Kincaid series just briefly, because that's another great, I think, intro for a lot of people into Shadowrun these days. Is Rusty, who's another one of the kind of lore monkeys of Shadowrun and involved in the Facebook Shadowrun Union, and one of the people you can recognize as what I have heard called the elfiest man in all of gaming, has a great series of novellas and novels about Seattle and a burned out mage PI. It's an archetypal Shadowrun story and conceit that he breathes life into and gives kind of this moving and three-dimensional weight to that lets you kind of feel the rain on your shoulders, kind of feel that weight.
Rusty is one of my favorite Shadowrun authors. He's so supportive. And a lot of times if I can't get a hold of Jason Hardy for a question, I grab Rusty and he'll just stop everything and answer. So yeah, the Kincaid series, pretty damn awesome.
He's he was one of those legends of Shadowrun when I was starting to get into Shadowrun late, like within the last 5 years or so, maybe 6 or 7 now. But and I heard all the stories of the Shadowcasters and stuff like that. But eventually I heard about Rusty, and I heard that like he went into his office one day or one weekend, closed the door, and did not emerge again until the novel was finished within the weekend or something like that. And that everyone was like, wow. So that was my first Rusty experience story. Excellent. Well, Jennifer, can you tell us a little bit about some of your stories?
Well, I think if you want to get into Shadowrun or get someone interested in Shadowrun who knows absolutely nothing of the world, Dockwagon 19, my first novella.
That was you?
That was me. Yeah. It's basically about a high threat response team, Dockwagon. They're basically ambulances with guns, and the legal ability to come in and kick ass as needed to get to their client. And so what I wanted to do was I did a novella from the point of view of a reporter, Simone Hart, with stories with heart. And it was I had 2 points of view. I had the first person point of view, and I had the TV show going on, because she interviewed everybody, and you get a real good interest look into the world of Shadowrun from the outside of the shadows. But as you discover, people who are part of the Dogwagon team have a history within the shadows, and no matter how long and how far and how fast they flee the shadows never let go. They always follow. You always have a shadow. And that comes into play throughout. And I introduced the different archetypes. You know, I've got the face, I've got the mage, I even have an urban brawler who became a member of the team. I have Simeon, who is a hacker kid who is a black hat who got convinced to become a white hat or go to jail because, you know, something that he did. So that story, I think, is a really good introduction. And I will say, characters from that story have appeared in other stories. I had to write a story for Gamma, and somebody that they rescued in that story was starred in the Gamma story, Between a Corp and a Hard Place. And then after that, the stories I like to, I call them, they're micro stories in a macro universe. I try to pull them very intimately. I don't want to write the metaverse story. That's not my strength. My strength is to bring you in, make you care about one or two people, and then rip your heart out.
Yep.
Because I kill a lot of people fictionally.
Yeah,
even teenagers, but that's more in the BattleTech side of things that I write.
I have to pause you because I think it was fall that I read. It's what Sprawl Stories Volume 1 or something like that. That one's in, and I loved all the stories that were in there. But that was one where, for those who don't know in our audience, I record some of the audiobooks for Shadowrun, and I immediately messaged Helfers and was like, "Tell me I can do Dockwagon 19," and he's like, "It's already been done," and I'm like, "No." It is such a great story, and I loved the outside perspective of like thinking of it from the reporter's perspective as a ride along. I thought it was such a different perspective and take than a normal Shadowrun where, like, okay, first thing we get a call from the Johnson, we go to a meet, we do the negotiation, time for legwork, like, you know, the process. And this was something totally different, and I really loved that. So sorry, I had to fangirl for a minute there.
Thank you. I appreciate that. A lot of Shadowrunners don't wake up going one day, I'm going to be a criminal. I'm going to run the shadows. Most people really just want to live their life and be left alone. So I like to write a lot of origin stories about how people got there. And, you know, Simone is a fun character. She does show up in Elfin Black towards the end. I enjoyed bringing her back in because she is a personality. But what John Helfers, who is my editor, and I love him to death, he will come to me and say, write me something that's not American based. I'm like, all right, I lived in Belgium. What did they have in Belgium? What do I know in Belgium? Okay, let's start with the party train. And I did. I also the Makeda Red story was the Ruined Avatar Cafe was a direct homage to Casablanca. It was a movie I absolutely just adore. And the main character wouldn't let me go. And I'm like, okay, so how did she get there? So basically, Makeda Red is an homage to Casablanca's backstory, because I had to look that up and figure out some of the stuff that happened there and see if I could pull in some of the references. I like to do some of the literary references around what I'm writing.
Awesome.
The interesting thing about Makeda Red and Elfin Black, they're not sequels, they're not trilogies or anything. But if I do end up writing the third in the color series, is what I'm sort of calling it. It'll be Imri Gray. And Imri, who is a very side character in Makeda Red, who appears as a major character in Elfin Black, would be starring in Imri Gray. And I realized, oh, I guess I'm actually kind of writing his sort of origin story across 3 books that are completely one-offs, because I like doing one-offs. I also like doing series. So
cool.
the the through line of the YA quartet is a fixer named Blotter Babe, who you've seen mostly as a bouncing smiley face, yellow smiley face. But she is so much more. And you'll find out if I actually get to write the Blotter Babe novel.
Well, I will message John right after our show tonight and start chastising.
Well, no, he would actually have me linked up to do all of these right now, but I have written the equivalent of 2 novels a year for the last 5 years. So I'm trying to slow it down a little bit because that's a lot of work. Because I don't just do Shadowrun. I do BattleTech. I do original work. I did some Arkham Horror. What else did I do? Oh, I'm now editing. I've edited 21 anthologies, not in the last 5 years, over the last 10 years.
Okay. Awesome.
If I could to just take a moment to I don't know what the NB term is, but fan them. You are definitely far and away my favorite BattleTech author. Your stuff is so good, and the way you incorporate just this emotional aspect and the psychological aspect of the characters just brings them to life so strongly and brings me into the world to a degree that I don't know. It's just, you're my favorite.
Oh, thank you. Micro stories in a macro universe, and growing up military, my entire family was military, so I really wanted Shadowrun not to be military because I've written a lot of it. So
cool.
BattleTech is a good home for that then.
Yeah.
Well, let's make our way over to Opti. Tell us about some of your fiction.
The first little short story I did in Drawing Destiny was called Lovers in a Dangerous Time. It was about a Jack Pointer named Aufheben, and he gets into some trouble while he's trying to assassinate a bunch of people at the top of the Burj Khalifa. And at the very last moment, like, he meets one of his old loves, and who happens to be a lion adept working for Mossad, and they get into some trouble and get some tension back and forth, remembering old times. And then again, not to spoil the ending, it's a rather short story, but the assassination doesn't go off as planned, and Alphabet has to make quite a decision, which sort of changes the course of his life. Then the most recent thing that came out just a couple months ago was a novella called standalone novella called Kings of the Street. And that is about Picaro, who was an orc adept. He didn't know he was an adept at the beginning, but turns out he is, living in the undercity of Tenochtitlan in Aztlan, just trying to survive. His grandmother gets sick, and so he turns to pushing drugs to get by, falls in with the wrong crowd. They go to beat him up. He gets the crap knocked out of him, and then discovers his adept powers, which sort of kicks him higher, on the another gang that's higher than them wants a piece of that. So he goes and with this gang that's got a pretty dark and sinister connection with another sort of power. And over the course, Picaro has to wrestle with whether or not he embraces that side of who he is, or whether he wants to push back and claim another, maybe even more ancient destiny than that. But there's not a whole lot written in Aztlan as far as fiction. So if you're hankering for what happens on the street of Tenochtitlan, that's your best bet. Also, I mean, the elves and the humans get a lot of play, but there's not a whole lot of fiction focused solely on one little orc kid who's poor. I like that angle.
Awesome.
Too, so.
Awesome.
That's it for fiction.
And then
maybe we'll write some more. Who knows?
And then Joel, any specifics you'd like to call out? I know we talked about Rusty already.
I don't have my name on any particular fiction pieces. I will say that I may have helped with a comma splice or two that was in the draft of Chad Opti's work there, but I think everything we've talked about so far are really some of the best intros, and you see it in people like Jennifer, who have been there from the Sega game, which is so many people's intro to Shadowrun, and a narrative arc that was returned to in the Shadowrun Return series, which brought more people into this game we love, to the new stories that Clifton's writing that is just one of those fresh voices and looks and kind of ways to see the world. And, Opti's good. He's cool. he does good stuff. I'm biased though. So there's a lot of like mutual fanning going on. And all I can say is that the people on this stream, who are not me, are the best people writing fiction that gets people into the world since kind of Nigel Findlay and the mid 90s major arcs that set the standard.
That's awesome.
I want to hop in here real quick though, and just say it's not directly Shadowrun related, but Joel did write a cookbook that is set in a cyberpunk fantasy future. So if you want to see Joel's cookbook, I put the link in the chat.
Awesome. Absolutely.
They are all functional recipes. You should be able to make just about any of them. And there's a whole lot of world building and fluff that goes into that on top of writing a literal technical cookbook.
That's really cool. So speaking of kind of taking that step away from fiction, what other contributions have you worked on as creators within the Shadowrun community? So like, for instance, Clifton and Opti, I became aware of you because I was at a convention, was like, those are the Shadowcasters. They do the podcasts. And I got all
Who said that to you in that voice? I want to know who that was.
Scott Schlitz.
Okay.
So tell us about your podcast. Tell us about some of the non-official lore and stories that you've been telling through that. Opti, let's start with you because I know you're like Mr. History of Shadowrun.
Sure. So I got into Shadowrun for the second time because my D&D 4th game was sort of winding to a close, and I said, "Hey guys, let's try something else. Let's try Shadowrun," because that was a game that I loved from my youth. And they were like, "Well, we don't know anything about Shadowrun," and I thought, "No problem. I'll go find the podcast which tells us all about the history of Shadowrun. Then we could all play the game." And so there wasn't anything, and I thought, well, I'm going to record a little thing to get them into it. And as I started getting into it, I was like, wow, this is a lot more involved than I initially assumed. This is going to take more than one session. So I started creating, just a bunch of different recordings. And then I thought, if I want this, somebody else is going to want this. And so I released the Neo-Anarchist podcast at that time. And at that time, there was only maybe a handful, no, not even a handful. There was only two Shadowrun focused podcasts. It was Critical Glitch and Hidden Grid, and both of those have since sort of stopped. But when we launched it, it was like really novel, and they took off like really, really quickly. And I was like, oh my gosh, I'm all of a sudden a podcaster now, I guess. And then, well, anyway, I took a break from doing that because it was a little bit overwhelming, and some home stuff got overwhelming. But then and I'm skipping ahead a little bit, but Cliff and Courtney, the Arcology podcast, they did like a little, what was it, Cliff? It was like a...
Honestly, I don't remember the details. We asked listeners to contribute things. If we got a certain amount of them, you would have to do another episode.
Yeah, it was sort of like, if we get enough X or Y, then...
Little one-sentence ideas from people, yeah.
Opti said he would come back and do more podcasts. So they got it, and I was like, oh, that's really sweet. And that's really kind of how I got to know Cliff and Courtney a lot better. And so I came back, started the podcast over. And then since then, Cliff has become one of my best friends in the entire world. And we collab on everything. But yeah, the Shadowrun, the Neo-Anarchist podcast is a year-by-year history in the Shadowrun universe, starting way back in 1989 and going forward. And that's been an incredible process of just sort of doing a lot of deep dives into all sorts of history, all sorts of, different nooks and crannies of the Shadowrun universe, and then presenting it in a way that's A, not complete forgery, and then B, something that's engaging to people. And the response has been pretty incredible. So
yeah. And to give Opti even more praise, because that's what this show is about, it's in these manageable bite-sized chunks. Like the first few episodes, I think, are like 8 minutes each or something. And it's kind of done from within character, where you're kind of communicating out to the runners, like the secret network kind of thing, and sharing that way, and sharing the stories of like, hey, did you hear about what happened with this corp fighting this corp? Well, this is the deal kind of thing. And it's so it's a really manageable way to take on 30 years of lore without feeling overwhelmed. So, if you're new to Shadowrun, that's a great place to start, just to get some ideas. And if you want to start running a game, gosh, listen to 5 episodes of Neo-Anarchist, and you'll have plenty of material to have evil corpse and vicious Johnsons and whatever else coming your way.
There was this one really funny incident back. There's a podcast called Harmontown. It's Dan Harmon does his podcast with a group of his friends, and they usually do a D&D, right? And their GM is named Spencer. Well, like apparently Dan wanted to shift to doing Shadowrun, and so he went looking for something. Spencer did, and he came across the Neo-Anarchist podcast, and he was talking about it on, I think it was Reddit one time, and he goes, "Yeah, the Neo-Anarchist podcast is pretty much garbage, except the corporation episodes are really helpful." I thought that was the most well, let's see, it was a not backhanded compliment, it was a backhanded criticism. but I thought that was still funny, right? So Spencer liked my stuff, or listened to it enough to not like it. So yeah.
Amazing.
He also like went to one of the dark places of the internet to like talk about Shadowrun with people, and encountered the kind of people you encountered there, and then decided all Shadowrun fans are terrible people, and just generally like went on a rant on Twitter about how Shadowrun fans are awful. So yeah, that's that entire thing is basically as far as I've gone in the whole Harmontown Dan Harmon stuff, because that was my introduction to it. I'm like, nope, not touching.
I still enjoy Community.
Yeah, Community, I will not watch it, because my introduction to that is that guy just being a jerk to Shadowrun fans, because he had too thin of a, somebody was mean to him on the internet about his opinions about how night vision goggles work. Somebody was actually neckbeard about it, and like, whatever. That's not all. You don't take that and generalize a whole fan base. Okay, rant over.
There you go. Well, anyway, after that, we did Cliff and I and Bobby Frankenberger and Oz Russo made this little network called the Shadowcasters Network, and then we did a lot of really fun stuff together. And I think more than anything, the lasting result of that is just the friendships we made along the way. I know it sounds really corny, but it really was. Like, those guys are some of my best friends now. Even though the Shadowcasters sort of fizzled out, we did a lot of cool stuff. We did the first actual play.
We didn't fizzle out. We burned out.
We see you later, internet. we did the first actual play for Shadowrun 6th edition. We sort of dropped the news on 6th edition, and that was a fun time.
That was my first stream with you guys.
That's right. You were on that stream. I was like,
really, you guys want to play with me?
Right, and then you realize, like, oh, they're just nerds.
What dorks. And I still hang out with you.
and it's something else that came out of this is I don't even remember when. It just, I think the Hidden Grid was a podcast that Justin Deal did that, and oh gosh, I'm drawing a blank. Joel, help me. Who did it before
Eric.
Justin? It was
Nolan. That's a Nolan Zen.
Yeah, Zen did. And then they were doing a podcast that was sort of actual play. They were one of the first actual plays like ever. Like they had been doing Shadowrun actual plays like long before actual plays got popular. And they were running through some of the classic adventures. And then at a certain point, they came to me and they were like, "Hey, we're tired of running. would you like to run a game for us? And I was like, oh, Hidden Grid, hell yeah, I'd do that in a heartbeat. So I started running games for them, and then schedules got in the way, and I thought, you know what, this is too much fun. I want to keep doing this. So I got Joel, and I got Cliff, and I got Cat Bunt, and I got whoever else we got. Who else did we get?
James.
Well, we got James, and we got Chelsea, and we got a whole bunch of other folks, to run with us, and we got a couple of guest GMs that would come in, like their favorite old school Shadowrun modules. Like, you guys come in and you be the GM for this one, and then Cliff will step behind and play with us. So Shadowrun Origins has been going on for I don't know, years now, and we're just about to wrap up season 1 with our releases. But that means season 1 means that we've sort of gone through the first edition modules, and that's become a family as well. So I think the arc for me in Shadowrun is just gathering friends and family that care about each other. The dark, gritty underbelly of Magic Land is sort of just a backdrop for making cool friends and family.
So from Neo-Anarchist to Shadowrun Origins, Cliff, can you tell us a little bit about the Arcology and some of the other community contributions that you've put out?
Sure. I guess my origin in that is pretty similar to Chad's, in that I was looking for Shadowrun podcasts and didn't find enough. I found the Hidden Grid and Critical Glitch, but I had an hour commute back and forth to work every day. So that's a lot of podcast time I needed. Realized that I'd been wanting a podcast. I'd actually been mulling over the idea to do a podcast for a few years. Actually, a friend of mine that I gamed with ran a Call of Cthulhu campaign, started the Miskatonic University podcast. And that was a good, I think, couple of years before the Arcology started. So that sort of gave me, well, if he can do it, which is like, he basically like didn't have any sort of like technical expertise. He just learned what he had to learn, which is podcasting is very accessible thing for really anybody to get into if you're determined. And I, on the other hand, like, well, I've got a recording degree, I should be able to do this stuff. So I started a podcast with my wife, who I actually met through our Shadowrun gaming group a few years before, and her name is Courtney. She is also a Shadowrun author, CZ Wright, and it started podcasting about Shadowrun. So we made podcasts that were like talking about what is Shadowrun in general, what's the world like, as a way to something I've really been about, looking back from the beginning of this all the way through to my work on Misspent Youth, is that I want to make things accessible. I want to invite people to play. I want it to be easy to get into the game, and Shadowrun is not necessarily an easy game to get into. There are decades of lore to be intimidated by. There are complex rules to deal with. But it's also it's a great time, and I really wanted to just make it easier for people to grok what Shadowrun is and get into it. So I started making episodes about how you play Shadowrun, how you approach maybe making a street samurai or a decker, and what you think about as far as like rules ideas, but also mindset and background, personality and such. And then I started an actual play podcast, which was just starting a story about some Shadowrunners in Seattle. And that, as I think I said at the beginning, it's the longest running, the longest Shadowrun actual play that exists out there. If you take a look at my podcast between the Arcology regular episodes and the actual play, and also I have a Legends of Earth Dawn, which is an Earth Dawn actual play, which is sort of a Shadowrun, but before, when it's fantasy. That's a really crude way of describing it, but I've like published somewhere in the neighborhood of, put out there some of the neighborhood of over 400 hours of audio for you to go listen to.
Awesome.
Slowed down a lot lately, mainly just initially because of some burnout, but also mental emotional health and the crazy world making me maybe have anxiety about making myself visible out in it a little bit, and trying to overcome that. I still haven't won that battle yet, but those of you who are hoping for more ecology episodes, they will be coming unless I die first. But I will be doing that. I'm not going to give up on it. I've always said before, the Shadowrun or the ecology podcast ends when I'm dead. So, and I intend to stick to that. But yeah, so much stuff out there, and it's been fun doing basically a really long Shadowrun campaign. It's been challenging from a GM perspective and a story perspective because things ramp up and it's hard to go back to other stuff. So we've had in the beginning, it was very street level, and I tried to keep that for as long as I could. You know, Shadowrunners just doing their best and getting screwed over, and one of them gets CFD and murders their fixer, and one of the characters is a teenager who has to deal with having high school and a mom, and she gets her head cut off by somebody at some point. It's actually kind of the fault of the Shadowrun team because they didn't stop to negotiate and do the safe thing. They're always jumping into action, but it was also kind of the fault of another character because backstory stuff. Anyway, I get to weave all this stuff in. What Jennifer said about telling micro stories in a macro universe, that's what I'm really interested in. I do not give two drecks about Damian Knight or Harlequin or Aram the Scribe. I just don't care what they're doing. Like, who cares? Like, I want to know what my player characters are doing, or what the protagonist of the story and how it's affecting their life, to bring the world to life through the experience of the characters. It just makes it more real and more fun, more grounded. My least favorite stories of really any IP, not just Shadowrun, other ones that focus on the really big players. I just don't care. I want to feel something about these people, and that's sort of where I like to tread with telling the stories. So what I like to do as a GM technique is just plant a lot of seeds, sort of broadcast a bunch of different seeds of ideas here and there, and just see which ones stick or sprout, or the players latch onto and cultivate. And probably, I'm not going to tell a bunch of stories, but I'm going to tell this one. There's the characters had the runners had they needed to interrogate someone who as part of a job, and it was messy. It was in a warehouse in the Barrens, and I figured a nearby ghoul maybe smelled the food. Ghouls are people who get infected with a disease that makes them have to eat, that makes them have to be cannibals, or else they'll starve to death. And so they discovered this ghoul that was sort of lurking at the edges of things. Well, they're keeping tabs on stuff because they're murdering somebody inside. They don't want people peeking in or whatever. And they go and confront him and talk to him, and find it's just this really super hungry dude his name is Frank. He used to work at a stuffer shack. He used to be a vegan. He hates being a ghoul. He's grossed out by the idea of having to eat metahuman flesh, but he needs it or he's going to die. And like the team sort of took him under his wing a little bit. There was a lot of story arcs that went out about Frank the Ghoul, who eventually became a leader of this sort of ghoul community, sort of a small ghoul community in Redmond, who would be very careful about how they sourced their food, ethical about that. And it's the idea that you don't kill your food. You only eat food that has been ethically sourced, not by being killed by you. So unfortunately, they have to they have to subsist on a lot of things like medical waste, or body disposals from criminals. But they also, the ones that if they really hardline stick to it, they won't eat people who have been murdered by someone else either.
Cannibalistic veganism. It's fascinating.
I've actually dropped in my Shadowrun fiction the concept of vegan ghouls, and it's stuck, and I love it.
Wow.
Just a ghoul vegan is a ghoul that they ethically source their food as best they can. But yeah,
That's amazing.
The player characters dropped tens of thousands of new yen on this guy's replacement cyber arm because he got killed in some, or not killed, got really messed up in some like retaliation that they were kind of tangentially involved with. It was.
And all of this
yeah,
is in
Frank
the
the Ghoul.
arcology. This
Yeah.
is all in the arcology actual play.
It's one of the many plot threads
Awesome.
that again, I just sort of plant these different seeds and see there's lots of other NPCs and things that I've dropped in or played that just nobody refers to, and they get forgotten and left along the way. That's fine. They're go living their own lives and their own other stories. But
Yeah.
But the way you seem like you're really smart and that you're a mastermind, that you planned everything out, and you've got all these weaving plots that you've got, all this stuff in the background with the yarn tying it all together. It's all none of that really. What it is
Awesome.
you just drop little ideas in, and then you bring back the ones that people like.
Cool.
And it weaves it into a story that feels very relevant and grounded with the players. They feel more involved with it, and it's a lot of fun to just build upon that. It gets
Awesome.
difficult way toward the end, way toward the campaign, where things get way more powerful, and you have to figure out, okay, well, they just went to a meta plane and met the sea dragon who sent them on an errand, and gave them a submarine. Now what do I do?
Cool.
The specific example of unreleased actual play content.
We'd never have unedited episodes sitting in an archive somewhere. Well, Joel, you have done cyberpunk fantasy cookbooks. What else have you been working on within the genre?
Within the genre writ large, I'm also part of Frag and Unicorn Games, and so I've been working with both Opti and Cliff on some of the upcoming releases and some of the fantasy and lore behind that. That started from working on Shadowrun recipes and kind of thinking about the culture, the culinary anthropology of Shadowrun and what it meant in that world. And one of my Shadowrun goals is to end up on the Arcology podcast for one episode. I've not yet gotten to, get my way past the coffee makers into the Arcology. But what I work on a lot is kind of enhancing those little corners in between what's published and giving space for people to find it. And I think Jennifer is somebody who is a really good example of the big pillars who uses that space to kind of bring in even bigger stories. And that's why I'm kind of like tossing the mic over to her right now as we're getting closer to the top of the hour.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have two stories, and you guys are going to choose which one you want to hear. Do you want to hear about my podcasting, or do you want to hear about how I ended up working for Harebrained Schemes on
Video games.
Okay, video games. So I had experience working on Ion. It was a AAA MMO, and I also was a Shadowrun writer. I also lived in Redmond at the time. I live in Bothell now. I am in the Seattle area. And John Helfer says, "Hey, Harebrained Schemes needs a writer desperately right now. Do you have time?" And I said, "Okay." He said, "Well, they'll want to interview you." So I showed up at Harebrained Schemes, and we started the interview with Jordan Weissman and Mitch Glittleman. I don't know if you guys know who those people are.
Nope.
You should say who they are just so everybody else gets on board.
Well, creators of Shadowrun.
Indeed.
The people who started it.
The OC Shadowrunners.
I've interviewed them. It was probably the most intimidating interview, though they were super nice.
Well,
I was just intimidated by how
I knew by reputation that they were these people, but honestly, I wasn't that impressed. Because one, I'm good at what I do, and two, I knew they needed me. I didn't know how much. So my interview was 4 hours long. And it started with Mitch Glittleman showing me some dialogue and saying, "We need someone to fix all of the dialogue in Dead Man Switch." And the first thing he did was he showed me the good answer, the neutral answer, and the mean answer. And the mean answer had a gender-based slur in it. And I looked at him, I said, oh, I can see why. I do get to change that, don't I? And his face was like, I don't understand. And then he stops and he really reads what's on the page. And then his face is doing what Joel's face is doing with the, oh yes, this is in fact exactly why we're hiring. This is one of the reasons. I'm like, all right, okay. All of those will be gone, just so you know. There will be no gender-based slurs, period. Because we don't know who the gender of the player is.
Mm-hmm.
Then the second part of my interview was they looked at me and said, we're going to have you write the opening screen, the load screen, knowing nothing of the story. And you have 200 words and, how long do you think you'll need? I'm like, I need an hour, but I am going to get paid for this, aren't I? And again, his face went, yes, you can charge, because also I had to do some editing as well.
Oh.
So he's like, okay, you can charge up to 4 hours for this, even if we don't hire you. I'm like, all right, fine. While I was in the middle of writing the scene where the apartment was good because it wasn't actually on fire, Jordan walked into the place where I was and started building a desk. Because they had an open plan and they had a new writer who needed a desk. So I'm sitting there trying to write for this job interview. And Jordan's like, oh, don't mind me. And he literally builds a desk while I'm there. And I'm like, okay, I think I know what I'm getting into. And that was the first part. And then I got to take interview work home to edit and send back to them. And then they immediately hired me. And I rewrote all the dialogue on Dead Man Switch.
Wow. Wow. So
I got hired.
Dead Man Switch was on which system?
That was the very first game that came out. That was the Kickstarter game.
Gotcha.
PC
Okay,
initially.
PC one.
And
Yeah.
then from there, you
The sort
also
of sequel to the old Super Nintendo version.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
the Super Nintendo version had Sam Burner in it. And Dead Man Switch was Sam Burner dying and activating a thing, which the player then had to do. And there were little things like you have to write the load screen in second person without telling the player what they're actually feeling. And there's very technical bits to it. But I got to meet Mitch and I got to meet Jordan, and it was quite the experience. And I enjoyed working with them quite a bit.
That's so cool. Awesome.
So now you know how I got hired.
That's so cool. Thank you. And we are getting super close to the top of the hour. But gosh, it was lovely speaking with all of you. As always, thank you for your tireless work building the stories of the Shadows and a world so many of us love.
Thanks for having us on.
Thank you. This has been fun. And now I have faces to names too.
Have us back. We'll do this again.
We'll be right back after this dragon flight. Up next is episode 3 of Shadowrun's 6th World Emerald Glitch, where we start the case of the Wayward Courier. Don't forget that we have a wonderful partner and sponsor in Catalyst Game Labs, and we'll be hosting a giveaway this week for a PDF of Shadowrun 6th World Seattle Edition. Enter to win by typing #REMPC in the chat, and you can get additional entries to win by going to our donation page at www.remalternis.com/nuyen. All donations help us to pay our cast and crew and keep producing content. And our biggest donors can have a message read at the end of the episode by the Shadowrunner of their choice. So check it out. And please remember to check out the Kickstarter for Misspent Youth, Fall in Love, Not in Line, an RPG about teen angst, friendship, and rebellion. Stand up to the authority and fight injustice with a rules-light, highly narrative and story-focused game, now live on Kickstarter at www.remalternis.com/misspent-youth. Next week, our Shadowrunners will be taking some well-earned downtime, but don't worry, we will still be here with Rules of Cool and the premiere of our monthly one-shot show where we will feature Misspent Youth. We'll talk with the creator, Robert Bull, the lead developer, Clifton Lambert, and OC Opti Presley, the founder of Fragging Unicorns Games. Then we'll do an actual play of Misspent Youth with some new faces from REM ALTERNIS Productions. You won't want to miss it, so we'll see you next week, REM PCs. Bye.
In the land revealed beyond the shroud, they came in search of answers. Drum had always known her place, but Imari never found hers. Which stories rest in this arcane book? What tales can be spun? Who covets its mystic pages? And to what lengths will they go? Perhaps a mythkeeper will weave together these tales in an age to come. But we have an opportune luxury, my friend. For we can see this magnificent performance with our own eyes. Just have your tickets ready. Cottlesworth's Clockwork Circus, Issue 2. It's time to start the show.
What a spell! Spell! She's just spelling 92 times. You gotta feel it. Spell.
The earth has changed. All that once was is no more. cities remade. Power reshaped. Races reborn. Reality reimagined. Violence unleashed. The earth has changed. She no longer sleeps. She has awakened.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Misspent Youth, Fall in Love, Not in Line, is the next evolution of the world's best rebellious punk RPG. This time, we're taking Misspent Youth in the direction of invitation, inviting everyone, old school gamers and first-timers, to fall in love with telling all new stories of revolution and fixing what the adults broke. With new campaign settings, new authorities, and a new pilot episode for amateur anarchists, the revolution is just starting. Misspent Youth, Fall in Love, Not in Line.
Hey there, NPCs. Welcome to the next episode of our actual play of Shadowrun 6th World, Emerald Glitch. Tonight we begin the case of the Wayward Courier. I'm your GM, Bob, Dr. Meat Grinder Loper, and we have a new player tonight. We'll introduce him and his character here in just a moment. We'll get right into it. So we begin in a haze, slowly fading in from black, with the sound of a ringing comlink. I'd like to request bell service, the voice on the other end says flatly.
You hear a sigh, and then there's a abrupt click, as if you're put on hold. And immediately, an instrumental version of the song Perfect Day by Lou Reed starts to play. Simultaneously, on your AR, pops up a display, and off in the left-hand corner, you see the weather. Below that, there's a couple of current events going on. There's sports scores. On the right-hand side, there's a screen that says Seattle skyline, but it's actually just interference and snow. At the bottom of the screen, there's a ticker going by, and it says Green Mansion. And where it should be happenings at a hotel, it just says information not available. After the song plays, maybe about halfway through the second verse, there's another click, and you hear, "Good evening, Green Mansion. This is Mr. Bell. How may I be of service?"
I have two requests. The first request, I need turn-down service for a Shadowrunner who goes by the handle Glider, who worked at a soy box under the alias Melissa. Picture and last known movements are included in a subfile. This is a matter that requires the usual level of discretion, and this request should be fulfilled before starting the next. Second, I'll need a reservation for a particular item, details of which will be provided by a fixer named Trouble, who's paying for the service. The reservation will require you to work within a team. The team meeting will begin promptly at 17:30 tomorrow at a club in the underground named Areola 51.
Excellent. Will that complete your request?
Yes.
That sounds lovely. I look forward to executing with the best of my ability. I would understand that the price has been discussed with the concierge. It is house custom that we ask for a 50% down payment before execution, but I'm sure the details have been figured out between you and the concierge. Thank you very much for calling, and get in touch with us again. And there's an abrupt click and a hang up.
All right. And as promised, there's a file attached to this call. In it is a brief dossier on an elf woman. Whom the rest of the group will recognize when it comes up. She is known to be moderately cybered and specializes in entry into secured locations. So we will fade to black with that first job, and we'll pick up with the second job, which will require you to work in a team. And so we're going to pick up at 17:30 the next day, with everybody having everybody has been contacted by Toil and or Trouble, requesting your presence at a meeting for a job. So always the promise of pay is very nice to have in these. I mean, you got to pay the rent. And so we pick up at a table at Areola 51. So you see it's 17:30, so it's not, business really hasn't picked up yet. There's a little bit of maybe like an early dinner crowd. And you see the wait staff are dressed as these sort of Roswell style aliens. With the very form-fitting costumes and sort of gray head. As they sort of, they bring you some food and they take your drink orders. And so we'll pick up with the 5 of you at a table.
You guys are talking amongst yourself, And seemingly out of nowhere, there is a 6 foot tall, part Asian man, human, standing next to your table. I'm in a 3-piece black suit, complete with waistcoat. I have a dark green paisley tie on and a matching pocket square. There's a timepiece, sterling timepiece hanging out of my pocket, hanging out of my vest pocket and trailing under my coat. My shoes are nice and shiny. And it looks like my suit is very well pressed and taken care of, but you can kind of tell that it's worn. Like it's a very old suit. I haven't got a new suit in a long time.
Our drinks have already been filled.
I just stand there and smile.
Sit down.
I was sent to meet a running group. Is that what they're called? Sorry, this is new to me.
Someone sent you for your first run with us?
Shadow running, I believe it's called.
Oh, yes. And who are you?
I am a Green Tie associate from Green Mansion. You can call me Mr. Bell.
All right.
If it's all the same, I prefer to stand. And I wrap my arms behind my back. Oh, I fold my arms behind my back, and I just stand there awkwardly.
You might want to sit down a bit.
Oh, I'm fine.
Oh, no. I insist. And so you see Fisher stand up and he goes, it's more suspicious if one person is just standing over the table. If you're going to join our runner group, please sit.
Well, if you insist. And I sit.
And you see Fisher sort of sit back down. And he's like, oh, I was more intimidating than I thought.
So why don't we go around the table, and starting with Fisher, you can describe yourself to the new person.
Yeah, so Fisher is a troll with, on his temple, you see a Jack import, which goes ahead and tells you that he spends a lot of time like plugging into the Matrix. He's the decker of our party. He wears a long black trench coat with sort of blue piping that signifies like electronics underneath and built into his coat jacket. He also has some goggles that are currently hanging around his neck. And on his back is a sort of larger cyber deck than most people would carry. But when you look at it, it's actually a bit newer than what you would. You're sort of surprised that it's so big, but still very new and expensive looking.
I stick my hand out in your direction. Pleased to meet you. Was it Fisher? Nice to meet you, Fisher. I look forward to working with you, Fisher.
I apprehensively shake your hand because you're being very friendly and slightly odd. But
and my smile does not leave. It's just this plastic smile. And I shake your hand firmly.
Okay.
Lean over to Violet and ask her in a whisper, are you going to tell him your name? I don't know if I want to tell him my name.
Well, I'm kind of sticking out like a sore thumb around here. And my name is the big color that I wear. So you might be able to suss it out. But if you want to come up with a new name, you might want to take your name tag off.
Whoever's next in line, I just look to them next.
So we'll say Nova if you want to describe yourself.
Nova is a young female elf. She's wearing her Stuffer Shack outfit. She clearly just got off of work and rushed over here. She looks nervous. And yeah, that's pretty much it about her, like appearance-wise.
Nova? Your name is Nova? I look forward to working with you, Nova. And I say, and I put my hand out to shake your hand.
I put my hand over my name tag and I shake your hand too. Yes.
Firm handshake. And the next person?
We'll say that's Violet.
Violet sort of tips her purple cowboy hat and says, "My name is Violet," and she is wearing a lot of purple, purple hat, a purple duster, and she's got a blue guitar, a blue acoustic guitar, sitting next to her, and she is a young female elf.
Same thing. Violet. I look forward to working with you, Violet. And
You're very friendly, Mr. Bale. I do appreciate it.
Oh, speak nothing of it. And then I turn to the last person.
And before she even says anything, I sort of tap the person next to me and I go, "Oh, I'm so excited to watch this one."
I'm gonna assume it's me, and I'm just gonna shrink in my seat.
I'm actually on the table. I have a thick tome open, and I'm just writing in this, writing in it, and completely ignoring Mr. Bell and the others.
I don't say anything. I just plastic smile at you and wait expectantly.
Look over at Nova and I go, "You might want to tell her to say hello or we're going to be here all night."
You think I can tell her anything?
I sort of think for a moment and I go, "Is that magic over there?"
I don't believe so.
I look around and then look back at you, like,
"Hello, welcome to the discussion."
what discussion?
We have a new runner in our group, apparently. The person who gave us this job apparently thinks we need...
We have not agreed to a job yet.
I put my hand out. Good evening. I'm Mr. Bell.
I'm not.
And you are? Very well.
Don't worry, it's always like that.
I'd like to flag down a server and ask for toil or trouble.
So since you do that, you see so Toil is coming over and he's laughing. Good to see that you're getting along so well. This is going to be awesome. And he grabs a chair and flips it around and sits down. Basically, his hands on the back of the chair. So you've met your new person. I have a job for you. There's a courier who has not made his delivery yet. The courier's name is, he goes by the street name Suds. And he specializes in bringing small packages ashore from ships. Maybe violating customs. He was supposed to bring a package in early yesterday morning, but he's gone missing. Presumably in the underground entrance around Zone 9. So I need for you to recover the package. And for the package, I'm willing to pay 5,000 nuyen each.
I turn to look at Violet next to me and just raise an eyebrow because she's the talky one of this group.
Now, I know you said it was a small package, but if your courier has disappeared with the package or because of the package, It sounds like 5,000 might be a little bit low for our time and talent.
You go ahead and make the negotiation roll.
And Bob, have I already been given the down payment?
Yes.
Okay. So it won't affect me.
Well, you haven't been given a particular amount yet. You've it's just pinged in your comm link that there's been a deposit. I'm sorry, you were asking influence.
Influence. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm still using Shadowrun 5 for some reason, but I mean most of those are now specializations for the existing skills. That's a whole lot of 4s.
It's a lot of 4s.
And since I think of it, it is the beginning of the session, so you all have edge points equal to your edge attribute. And actually, Violet, as I think of it after the fact, unfortunately, I will give you an edge for this test.
Okay. Then I will take at least one of those 4s and turn it into a 5.
Okay.
So we can have 4 successes to go with all the 4s that I rolled. Because I like a good theme.
4 successes and 4 4s left.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so he sort of he turns, and as he turns, you notice that Trouble is now sort of there on his shoulder, and they start whispering to one another. And he turns and says, "You drive a hard bargain. We'll call it 7."
I'll look around at the group to see if that seems amenable.
You see Fisher's just like basically looking at his comm link. He's not really paying attention to the money discussion. He's playing a mobile game.
Nova definitely has a thumbs up.
Oh, go ahead. You're muted, I think.
Curie looks back down at her book and picks her pen back up, which is like the happiest you ever see her, so you assume she's good.
I'm sitting perfectly postured, and I'm smiling in your direction. And I assume we're in a club with flashing lights.
Yeah, so there are a few flashing lights. You see that there are a bunch of others that haven't been turned on yet because it's still pretty early in the evening.
So I'm smiling at you, and when a shade comes over my eyes, you just see 2 yellow dots where my eyes are, and then back to the light again. And I just keep smiling at you.
I'm assuming that means a yes. So yeah, we seem to be good with that.
Excellent, excellent. So a few things about SUDS. So I'll give you a warning about SUDS. As I said, he specializes in bringing small packages ashore from ships. The way he does that is he is awakened and has spells that allow him to breathe underwater. So he actually will go to a boat, to a ship, take their package, and will swim ashore underwater. And he has a penchant for summoning water spirits. And that doesn't bother either of you or any of you as much as the frog spirit did last time.
So has this ever happened before where he maybe gets busted by customs or that he's a little bit late, or is this out of character?
This is out of character. Sometimes he's late, sometimes customs is on top of it, but we know that by now. The times he's late, he's not like a day and a half late. My guess is that maybe he started shopping it around.
What makes you say that?
I don't know. Well, maybe it is good for him, but I'm paying you guys a total of 35,000 to get it back for me.
Yeah, I lean in across the table and I go, "What can you tell us about this package? I'm sure you can't tell us everything, but what exactly is he trying to shop around?"
So the way it's been described to me is it's a hinged case that's about a half meter long, about 15 centimeters wide, and about 8 centimeters tall. It's a kind of a flat case about a half meter long. The contents are the only content is a dagger that I'm told is magical. As we see Curie look up from her book.
Glad you noticed my role play there. It's
I have not seen either of. I have not seen the case or the dagger, so I couldn't really tell you what it is.
Any idea who else might be after it?
I don't, but if it's a magic dagger, maybe. Who wouldn't be after a magic dagger?
Fair.
You know where this package was coming from, or its last known touchdown?
Last known location. So this ship was coming from Alaska.
And have you confirmed that Suds actually made it to the ship?
Yeah, my contact on the ship told me he definitely picked it up.
All right, but
I suppose it's possible the contact betrayed me, but seems unlikely.
Do you have a dock number?
Yeah, so I can give you the dock number where the ship would have docked, but the item would not be on board. Well, I would guess the item wouldn't be on board the ship, because the whole point of it is it's not on the manifest.
So he.
Go ahead, Nova. I want to hear what you have to say.
So he was last seen at the underground entrance at Zone 9.
Well, I don't think he wasn't seen there, but that's the most likely place for him to go.
Okay.
I do know he has a little safe house in the underground, and Zone 9 is about the quickest way to get there. It has cove entrances from Puget Sound.
Okay, well, it seems like a really good place to start, guys.
Right. Are we heading? I look over at Mr. Bell and I go, "What exactly do you do?"
I'm a professional problem solver. In this case, I've been hired to do a luggage delivery. Would you like
Okay.
details?
I don't trust you, so no.
That's fair.
I go out to I say, well, if we're taking this, I'm gonna start looking for any information on Suds that I can. I'll be in the car.
and the shipment too, Decca.
I do have a name. Thanks.
It
I
was
walk
Fisher.
away.
Mr. Bell, you're mighty good with names.
Thank you, Violet. I'll follow you out to the car.
I imagine you guys can go ahead and get to work. Enjoy the food, but I have other business to do, and I'll step off and leave you be. And with that, toil and trouble depart the table.
Any leftover food, I box up.
Oh, that's really smart. I just put them in my pockets.
Like plastic bags in your pockets?
Mr. Bell follows me to the car, you said?
Yeah, I'll come with you to the car.
As soon as you see him sit in the driver's seat, you see him just sort of put his head in his hands and he goes, Do clubs always have to be so loud? He's just like worn out. You can tell for some reason that was very tiring for him.
A little social exhaustion.
Just a little bit.
I believe a natural element of a club is sound and lighting.
Yes, which is why I don't go. Anyway, when the others get here, tell them to join, but I'm going to start looking for this information. So I go into the matrix and I'm going to start doing a matrix search.
Absolutely, Fisher.
So you were looking for first
some either information on Suds or let's start with information on Suds, whereabouts, where he hangs out, any information I can scrub or find. And then the second thing will be information on the ship, you said, Rim? Yeah. So let's go.
So that's it's an extended test. It's electronics plus intuition.
Okay.
And I think you might get stuff from the browse program.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you get an edge that has to be spent on you spend it or lose it on the matrix search.
Oh, okay. I will spend it. That makes that really easy. 2 hits. I'm gonna spend 2 edge to spinning the edge makes the 4s 5s. Is that how it works? I have a couple 4s.
You have a couple
Spending
4s.
2 edge turns 1 4 into a 5.
Yes.
Got it. So I spent 1, and then I'll spend 3 because I
You can
have
spend 1 just to reroll.
Yeah, would rather.
But you do have to choose which one you do.
Yeah, I'm gonna spend 3 plus the 1 that I get from the browse program, so 4 total. Because I also I'll get an edge next time I use computers anyway. Like that is my whole character, is just getting edge from using computers. So I have 4 hits.
You have 4 hits. Okay. So you're looking for first of all on Suds. Okay. So you do find a picture. So I will reveal that in the Roll20 chat. So there is Suds.
Suds has been through a lot.
He Suds is basically what Toil said he was. He is awakened, and he is known in the shadows for being that sort of ship-to-shore smuggler, just to get undeclared items past customs.
Okay.
There are some rumors with, you said 4 hits?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with 4 hits, there are some rumors that he's run up a few debts.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not sure with whom.
Okay, cool. So there are some people out there, don't know who they are. Got it.
Mm-hmm. But you do find the location of the safe house that Toil mentioned.
All right.
So there is an address, and it is in fact in Zone 9.
Nice. So I have at least a location. So he's jumping into the docks like before the ship like enters, and he's stealing packages and then swimming them back, right?
Well, the sense you get is that he doesn't steal the packages. It's smugglers who don't want to.
Right. They're there for him to pick up. They're not.
They're there for him to pick up. That's right.
Yeah.
So he is part of the whole smuggling transaction.
All right. Then when I'm looking for the ship, can I look specifically for like any information, like any cameras or things in the area around where the ship is for like facial recognition of this guy? Like if I know what he looks like.
Sure.
Yeah.
So go ahead and make another electronics plus intuition test.
Okay. Ooh,
with an edge from your browse.
Right. So let's see. We're going to have, that's only 2 hits. Yeah, 2 hits. I'm spending 2 edge, 1 from the browse and 1 from me.
To make one of the 4s into a 5.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, with 2 hits, and each one of these has taken you 10 minutes to do a search. So by now, once I tell you what I tell you, the rest of the group will probably start filing out because it'll have been 20 minutes. So you do find the name of the ship is the SS Penguin's Feather.
Oh, that's cute.
It is registered to the Transpolar Elite Nation, which handles. So it's one of the Native American nations that is basically most or all of the polar regions in sort of above the Arctic Circle, plus Greenland and Iceland. And you do get where it is currently moored. It did, in fact, dock yesterday. That's about all you get from it for 2 hits.
Yep. You see him sort of complete as much of the search as he's done right now, and he basically, and this is going to be the way he does most of this information, unless I specifically say otherwise. But he is transmitting a lot of that information to you guys as he's finding it. That way I don't have to explain it. You guys have heard it. It makes it pretty simple. But,
you do the standard player character info dump.
Yeah. So basically what he's doing is, except Bell, because I don't have your contact information yet, probably. So, which actually works really well. I like that. So
also because you don't trust him.
Yeah. So I send the picture of him. I give you the information as well as the location that we need to head towards, and the information on the boat. But I say, for some reason, I'm not really finding much else at the moment. This is at least something that should get us started. And he sort of drafts out of the matrix and joins you. Yep.
Oh. So Curie.
Before heading out of the building, since this is kind of a safe place for us to do business, I'm going to do my initial summoning.
All right, here we go.
And I'm ready this time because I'm tired of headaches. I feel better, and I'm not going to have a mage hangover this time.
Is that your final answer?
So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to cast a Force 4, but I'm going to pre-edge it.
Okay.
So I'm going to spend...
So you're spending 4 edge to...
4 edge on that.
Okay.
Damn right I am.
All right, show me what you got.
All right.
For Force 4 Air Spirit, correct?
Yeah, we're gonna go with air.
Okay.
There's my magic. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna do spell casting. Oh, summoning. Whee! Did it do it?
Did it flip your edge there?
I'm not sure if it did. I think it did.
So is 2 your edge score?
My edge score is 7.
So it did not do that.
It did not. So I'll just roll an extra 7 if that's okay.
Oh, because you've got specialization summoning. That's where the +2 comes from.
Yeah.
Yeah. So go ahead and roll another 7 dice.
Let's do it. Boop. 7. Exploding 6s. Yeah. All right, so that's an extra 2 hits, plus I got 2 6s in my first roll.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to roll an extra 2.
And you've got 6 hits so far.
All right, so 6.
Okay.
Don't fight me, Bob.
Okay. So you can go ahead and soak 3 drain, and you
Okay.
get 3 services.
Good. Let me do my drain roll. Boop. Yay! No headaches.
No headaches.
Yet.
I'll get you on the flip side.
And by the way, Violet and Nova, as the guys walk out, like I physically like it's subtle, but I kind of shift to like relax a little bit. So I was like super rigid while
Is
they
it
were
subtle?
there and now they're gone. Well, it's not like I'm like, oh no, dudes.
You don't know. All right. Well, to be fair, you did spend 4 edge on that good success and no drain.
Yeah.
So you
it
did
was
pay for
costly,
it.
but
Yeah.
yeah. Hopefully I'll get some of that back from
As things move along.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else anyone is doing? Because you have. Well, I mean, you have really as much time as you want to spend here. But it seemed like you guys were boxing up food to leave.
No, I'm eating my pocket snacks on my way out the door.
As you all arrive at the car, I open the door for you and I gesture in.
I don't break eye contact, and as I walk past you, sit down in my seat.
Every time a
then
shadow passes my face, all you see is red light. I mean, not red light, little yellow dots.
I'm gonna go ahead and sit in the back where he can't sit behind me.
That's awesome. Okay, so you guys all get in the van. Thankfully, somebody bought a vehicle.
Thanks, Randy.
Because so many Shadowrunners don't buy a vehicle.
I just love the idea of Shadowrunners like waiting on the bus. Like,
I'm guilty of that.
like looking around, like I could kill all of you.
Just waiting.
Have some passes.
I mean, money is tight at character generation.
Unless that's what you take as your first thing.
Unless that's what you take as your first thing, and you somehow manage not to spend it all.
Yeah.
All right, so everybody's in the van.
Yeah. I lean back over the seat and I go, so are we heading to Zone 9 to this safe house at least to see where he was, or do we want to head to the docks? Which do you think would be best?
Well, did you do your job yet and do your research?
I already sent it to you. Thank you.
Did you send it, or did you just come out?
I mean, like, I sent it. I send it as I find it, but maybe you didn't look at it. And I go, it's already in your com link. Thanks.
I would appreciate a copy of that information if I could.
Ah, right.
I hand you a actual piece of, an actual physical business card, and it's got my comm information on it.
And I take it. What all information can I glean from your business card? Obviously,
nothing.
Mansion. I thought you said it said something about
it's a plain ass card with like nice material that Patrick Bateman would be very happy to.
Okay.
And nothing else. Yeah.
Well,
just the number. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You did say something about the Green Mansion at the table.
I did mention it. I assume that everybody knows what that is. That's the way I conduct myself.
Right. So I'm, and this is for our DM. I am getting as much information as I can about Mr. Bell because I want to do a huge search on Mr. Bell while we're driving to this other place.
Do you have Seattle area knowledge?
Yes, I do.
You can go ahead and make a. you can go ahead and make some sort of a... Actually, it'd be a memory test. So it'd be a logic plus intuition test.
Logic plus intuition.
And you'll get an edge because you have Seattle area knowledge.
Got it. How do I roll just my logic and intuition together?
It's at the attribute level.
There's a memory button.
There is a memory button, yes.
Oh, all these things I don't know.
I believe you also have analytical mind, right?
Yes, which is
so that's a second point of edge.
Yeah. I'm missing where that memory button is.
It's under second column under attributes.
Yeah. Second column under right here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. And that's 6 hits.
So you've heard of this green mansion, but you haven't heard of it in several years. You recall it being associated with a hotel, but that memory is several years old.
I keep that information to myself as the car drives us to our location.
So that does not go to the rest of the team.
No, not yet.
So is the car driving itself, or are you driving the car?
I'm not. Anytime I don't have to drive, I won't.
So you're just driving the pilot brain.
Yep.
Okay.
I suggest going to the underground entrance and then tracing whatever pathway he would have taken to go to his hideout.
You are currently in the underground because that's where Areola 51 is, but it's below downtown.
So we should go to the entrance.
I think I didn't get information on where the entrance was, did I? I think I got the hideout, or his.
You got where the hideout is.
Yeah.
But with the same Seattle area knowledge, I mean, you know where entrances are into and out of the underground.
Cool.
Those are no longer really kept. I mean, some of them are kept secret, but the main entrances in each zone, you know where they are.
Got it.
As we're traveling, I attempt to send a text back to the mansion to see if I can find out what type of bounties what's his name's got on him. Suds, yeah.
I thought you were gonna say us.
Why did these people come up with bounties on them?
There's a $10 10 yen reward for Nova.
I can do that too. I can look for everybody.
So,
10 yen.
So none come back.
Okay.
All right. Some of the small talk I would go is about specifically the rumor. So the only odd thing I really was able to pick up on our guy is that he may owe some people money, but who those people are, I wasn't quite able to get. I'm hoping maybe we can find some information like that out when we reach where he's staying. Just everyone's just silent.
Sure, I mean, there's probably
Nova,
info.
you sound very personable. Perhaps you
What?
can do some investigating.
I don't know what gave you that impression.
Your name tag. You seem very professional.
What name tag?
I see we're going for a competition for the most awkward car ride for each episode.
Yeah.
Every episode.
Until we actually like each other. But as of right now, we're working together.
I feel like
And
there's a
it's complete.
SpongeBob clip that says 2 years later.
Man, I'm off duty. I don't want to be personable anymore.
That's fair. That's fair. The only person who's personable so far is Violet. Violet is always a treasure.
Violet, you do seem pretty nice as well. Fisher, do you prefer an automated driving system, or do you prefer to drive yourself?
I look back at my dashboard.
I would like to switch my vision to Astral and give this weirdo a once over, because like, is he just a robot?
Sure. Go ahead and make an sensing test.
I have a thingy.
You have a thingy?
I have a thingy. Where are you at? No, is it Spell Shroud? I'm supposed to have a thing that makes me hard to detect in the Astral. Is Spell Shroud the thingy? Sorry, I'm also new to Shadowrun.
I don't see it on your character sheet.
Yeah, it would be in gears, probably.
Yeah, be in gear.
No, I'm adept. It's like a magic thing.
Oh, that's right. My mistake.
Oh, really? I don't have any thingies.
Thank you, Tom. And what's weird is so on the PDF character sheet, I don't see the adept powers. So let me open your Roll20 character sheet and see if they're there.
Yeah.
In the meantime, while we're looking for this, don't forget that you can type in #REMPC in the chat for a chance and an entry to win a PDF copy of the Shadowrun 6th core rulebook. So that's a really cool opportunity, totally free to do that. #REMPC. And then in addition, if you want bonus entries, because who doesn't want to win, you can go to remalternus.com/Nguyen. And for every $5 you donate, we pay our cast and our crew for putting on shows like this. And you get bonus entries to win. So an extra entry per $5. And our biggest donors of the stream can type in a message, and your favorite Shadowrunner can read your message at the end of the show. So please support www.remalternus.com/Nguyen.
We like puns.
And that just means you get to make Sarah or Rem say really funny puns. That's what I would do.
Funny.
It
Funny
could be a
messages.
pun off.
So back to the subject at hand. So I do see. So Spell Shroud is an adept power you have. It's on your Roll20 character sheet. It does not oppose astral perception.
Okay.
Or sensing. It does oppose detection spells.
Oh, all right.
So keep that in mind. Actually, that's something I need to keep in mind for later. But I also need to bring up, for my benefit, the sensing table.
And I could go ahead and roll. I was waiting just in case I roll.
Yes, so
be like, well, actually, on me.
Does your spell thing like show you my innards and stuff? Or no?
So how astral vision works. So this is for everyone new to Shadowrun. In the astral, it's very shadowy and dark. So objects are still kind of there, but like you couldn't tell that there's like a coffee table. You just see like a gray blob. But things with life or essence have auras. So like a mundane human would have like a normal aura. Awakened auras, so people who are mages or spirits tend to be very bright. And so identifiable as awakened or mages.
Mm-hmm.
And then people with cybernetics have a lower essence. And so you might see dark spots within them. So like, for instance, for Fisher that has some cyberware in his head might have black spots in it, in the aura, or be a little dimmer than like the rest of him, if the rest of him is not cybered up.
Oh. Cool.
So what you see, because you rolled 5 hits on that sensing test, you get the entire sensing table.
Yay! I know everything.
So he is not a robot.
Okay.
He is happy, but perhaps not genuinely so.
Okay.
There is No cyberware. He has, in fact, he is awakened and has magic 6.
That very much surprises.
He is an adept.
So, okay.
I love that you're more surprised now than you were when you entered.
I thought I was going to get different information. And with that revelation, we're at the 9 o'clock hour, so we'll go ahead and take our first 5-minute break. And we'll be back for the awkwardness of this van ride to a different zone of the underground. We'll be back in 5.
Thank you.
In the land revealed beyond the shroud, they came in search of answers. Drum had always known her place, but Imari never found hers. Which stories rest in this arcane book? What tales can be spun? Who covets its mystic pages? And to what lengths will they go? Perhaps a mythkeeper will weave together these tales in an age to come. But we have an opportune luxury, my friend. For we can see this magnificent performance with our own eyes. Just have your tickets ready. Cobblesworth's Clockwork Circus, Issue 2. It's time to start the show.
What a spell. She says spell like 92 times. Spell.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Misspent Youth, Fall in Love, Not in Line is the next evolution of the world's best rebellious punk RPG. This time, we're taking Misspent Youth in the direction of invitation. inviting everyone, old school gamers and first timers, to fall in love with telling all new stories of revolution and fixing what the adults broke. With new campaign settings, new authorities, and a new pilot episode for amateur anarchists, the revolution is just starting. Misspent youth. Fall in love, not in line.
Welcome back. We are nearing the end of, so far, the most awkward car ride of the campaign. Perhaps to be surpassed in the next episode. We'll see. We found out, at least from Curie's eyes, that Mr. Bell is not a robot, but in fact is a living, breathing adept. And so we arrive in the van, unless somebody wants to do something on the way. Okay. So with a van, with a vehicle, it's probably easier. You exit the underground into downtown, and then you take the surface roads to the area near Puget Sound, and then there are ways to get the vehicle at least most of the way into the Zone 9 underground. You're basically under the northwest coast of downtown. And the roads don't really go that far into Zone 9 before they get too narrow for the van to go in, and you guys kind of have to proceed on foot toward the address you're looking for.
If we're going on foot anywhere, I'm going to go ahead and cast my Nothing Hurt Me Please spells.
Okay.
All right,
While she's casting, I like to throw out this fun fact. Did you guys know that in 1907 they condemned the underground because of the bubonic plague?
Oh, that's an interesting fact.
Oh, all right.
Get used to it.
I pushed the wrong button, by the way. I just cast sorcery instead of casting a spell.
Okay.
I magicked, everyone. I don't know what I did, but I magicked.
I punch Fisher in the shoulder.
Ow.
And then I look at Mr. Bell and I say, "Thanks, man."
You are very personable.
Don't tell my boss that.
So I have 3 hits on armor,
Okay.
and then I'm going to do my increased reflexes. But whatever I roll, I'm only going to probably take 2 dice, but we'll see how I'm feeling. Got 4 hits, so I would get an extra 2 plus 2d6.
If you take 2 of those hits, yeah.
Yeah, I'll take 3.
Take 3. Oof.
So my drain is going to be...
It's going to be 7.
Here we go.
Yeah, it's boosted by the drain is boosted by 1 per extra hit you take above 1.
Gotcha. Jesus, mother.
Oof, that's a lot of drain.
Yep, it is, and I've only got 1 4 in, or no, I've got 2 4s in there.
Do it.
All right, since I'm being cheered to do it, I'll go ahead and use the rest of my edge to
Awesome.
change that 2 hits to 4 hits, so I do still take 3 stun.
3 stun, yep.
Now, is that
Can I ask a
physical
question?
or is that stun? Is that stun?
That is stun.
Okay.
And what does that look like for like people around you? Like when
Sure.
you're magically stunned?
Let me describe now that I have cast all of my things. Can someone take that 1 physical away? Because that's not true. Can't reset physical. I found it. Okay. All right. So basically, when we park, I kind of like wave my hands around and speak some Latin, and this like shimmering, icy covering like comes over me first, and then disappears as it becomes invisible armor. And then after that, I kind of like wait just a second to see if like how much wind that's going to take out of me. But I kind of like I'm feeling pretty good. So from there, I start almost like buzzing, like creating this friction around me, and like kind of starting to move in that double speed where like you kind of see like a wave of motion, like mirror imagey kind of thing shift. And but when I like come to, like I'm definitely twitchy because I am moving faster than I normally do. Like normal speed seems slow to me now. But it's kind of like a mixture of standing up too fast, but also like taking an actual hit on the head. So I just have a massive pounding headache as I come out of that. And I just kind of close the eye, like the one eye, and kind of try to like compensate for my new friend migraine that is here for the rest of the evening.
Having heard random Latin, he looks back into the back, or because you're in the back, right?
I'm in the far back,
van.
yeah.
Yeah, I like turn around and I look and I go, "Mahosukai, okashine," and he's just speaking Japanese, which just basically I just said, magic users are weird.
Violet says that she agrees with you in Japanese.
Nice.
I also do the same.
I'm like, yes.
I do not hear it, which I was gonna say frag you, but I will not.
I at least have a language I can say stuff to the others that you can't.
I don't understand, but I say Japanese, impressive.
I look at Mr. Bell and I go, "You're full of surprises." I still don't know that you're magic, so I'm excited to see that. Like as a player, my character has no idea. So we arrived, right?
Yeah. So you there's a point where you have to park the van and get out and go on foot, and that's when Curie sort of tries to get out too quickly and smacks her head, and you get the sense that you're not sure how, because you didn't stop by soy bucks, but it's like she had like 3 or 4 soy bucks in one shot. And she is sort of she's a little twitchy because increased reflexes will do that.
Got it.
But what you're seeing here is, and you know enough about the underground that Renraku is working to get infrastructure into the underground, as the underground is it's really still developing. But there are shops here. The infrastructure is not as nice and solid as it is in the main section of the underground, underneath the core of downtown. But there are lights, there are shops. You still get matrix signal, though occasionally it gets spotty. And you're sort of walking your way toward the address you have found through your search.
I'd like to whisper to Violet. Violet, if I could, I'd like to observe what's happening around us in the astral, but it makes it a little difficult to walk without tripping or bumping into things. May I place a hand on your shoulder to guide me?
Well, you're welcome to. I'm not real strong, but I'll be happy to help you out if I can.
Doesn't require any strength. It will help me steady myself as I walk.
Well, yeah, that's fine by me. Thank you for asking. That's awful polite.
We're approaching the place that we're trying to get to, his hideout.
Mm-hmm.
What do the buildings or structures in the immediate area kind of look like?
So there's a wide variety of different structures. Some of them are actually sort of like small shops, ranging from actual small buildings to the down to things like the little photomat booths that you would go up to, that size of thing, to a food truck, to food trucks that have been food truck sized establishments that have been placed there permanently, down to holes in the wall.
Fisher, are we approaching the location?
Yes, that is why we are parked.
I thought we were walking.
We are walking. Sorry, yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, that's why.
I missed part of Curie's description. You're using Violet for support because you're still sensing, or because you're tired?
Because I'm still sensing. So basically, I stopped sensing in the car after I gave a once over to Mr. Bell. And then as we get out of the car and everyone's looking around, I'm thinking that maybe I might be able to spot someone awakened, or who knows? So I'm just flipping my vision and tripping over anything that is fuzzy as I look at auras and just hold on to her shoulder to guide me.
Good. Make an astral test for me.
Sure.
And then Fisher, you were doing something.
I think Mr. Bell was talking to me, but you do see Fisher pull out some earbuds that he has, and he plops them in. He has his goggles on already, and he also pulls out a device that he plans to use when we get to the door of the place that we're in.
So if we're approaching the door, I also want to do astral figure it out thingy.
Sure.
But
what does yours look like?
But I will separate from the group in stealth, and I want to get to a high point to do it.
So there are very few high points because this is all underground.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, there are places where it goes a little deeper, down ramps. You can kind of do it from you go essentially half a block to the side, and you can kind of look down. Sure,
yeah.
So I'll ask first for a stealth test, and I'll give you an edge point for your electrochromic.
Do I just hit the word stealth?
Yeah, if you hit the word stealth, it should roll it for you.
All right. Okay. I did it. Do it again.
Oh, before you click it 15 times, check the under your character sheet again, because sometimes it'll ask you
There it
follow-up
goes.
questions.
Oh, whoa! Did I do the wrong thing?
So you did it 4 times, and it popped up in the window 4 times. I'm going to take the first one, which unfortunately is fairly terrible.
Yeah, let's do one of the thingies where I do it again.
Where you do some edge.
Do some edge.
Yeah. Where's
So
my cheat sheet?
I gave you an edge for the electrochromic.
And I already have 5. So
Yeah, so there is a it'll be under, it's essentially edge in combat. Even though we're not really in combat, there's a tab under handouts. So you can see what things cost.
Wait, say that again.
So under the handouts folder, there's an item called Edge in Combat.
Oh, I've got a cheat sheet right here in my
that
my
helps
phone.
too.
Yeah.
In your comm link.
Yeah. In my real life comm link.
Yeah, your real life comm link.
Isn't there like a thing to like reroll all the fails? Isn't like 4 edge or something like that?
Yeah, 4 edge will reroll all your failures.
Oh, wow.
All 9 of them.
Let's do it.
So go ahead and roll 9 dice. So you do that in roll 20 by typing /roll. 9d6 greater than 5.
9d6. So a thing keeps popping up that says click and drag to roll the dice.
That's the first I've heard of that.
Yeah. Oh, it says rolling dice. I'm getting it. Thanks for hanging in there, chat. Hang in there, baby.
So you got 3 more hits. So you have 4 hits on your stealth check. So you have successfully vanished.
Cool.
And the rest of you no longer hear Mr. Bell around.
Oh, I don't trust that. Where did he go?
and then you can make an astral test because you're sensing.
Right there.
What?
I can see him in the astral.
Yeah. Stealth does nothing for astral.
I am
well, that's not entirely true. I mean, there's a stealth test. There's astral stealth you can do.
Okay, so now, how do we?
So if you click the astral button, it should roll that for you.
I don't see any clickable fields.
Do you not have astral skill? Oh, okay. So you do not have astral skill. So this is going to be unskilled use. So there's a button that says unskilled skill use. But first, for attribute, it's going to be intuition. So change the attribute to intuition and then click unskilled skill use.
So click intuition.
Yeah, so under skills, where it says unskilled skill use.
Girls.
We're learning roll 20.
Yes.
I mean, it's a weird character sheet. I mean, not weird, but it's.
Oh, I see.
It takes a minute.
Yeah, so change the attribute so it says intuition and then click unskilled skill use.
Tell you what, chat, we have bonus content in our Patreon, and maybe we can record like this is what we're seeing with our character sheets, so
that's true.
That'd be nice.
What I will say is like the more you use it, the more it makes sense. It's just like the first time you have to find like that thing.
It'll take a few episodes to get used to it.
So thanks for hanging in there with us.
I can D&D roll your brains out, but Shadowrun's a different story.
Yes.
I want to play in real life so I can just like have like 20 die and go boom. There you go.
Yep.
Very satisfying.
So, so the both of you are sensing, do see, so as you sort of come up to the address that Fisher's pointing out, so what you see, like everybody sees, this address is basically like somebody chopped the sliding side door of a van off and bolted it to the wall.
All right. I don't like that. I'm going to use a my what is it? The thing that lets me look for like what is it called? Not
Matrix
self-tag.
perception.
Matrix perception?
No, it's an item like a bug. Not bug. I want to see like if this room is like trapped or like this is someone who had lots of smuggling in their background. I want to make sure that they're not like booby trapping like their house for like when people walk in randomly.
So that'll be a perception test.
Cool.
And those of you who are sensing, you do see across the corridor from this bolted sliding door, there is a spirit hanging around in astral space.
Is it a water spirit?
Let's see. So it is. Let me see what you find out here. The both of you can tell it is a water spirit. And Curie, you can tell that its force is lower than your magic.
Okay. The other thing I want to do is
Oh,
kind
we got a
of
winner here.
a winner. Oh, I kind of want to. I want to throw back to. Oh,
I would also like to perceive.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, because I just glitched into the Matrix or something. No, I'm just kidding. I just wanted
for
to say
the spirit, I do want to try to get a deeper look and a sense, sense for like kind of like the frog spirit cologne.
Okay.
Like, what brand of mage is this? Or like, could I recognize this kind of signature in another space?
So you can. I'll let you sense it again.
Okay.
Those of you who want to run extra perception tests can do that too.
Okay. I have contacts that have thermographic vision. I don't know if that's anything that'll help. And then I have earbuds that have a select sound filter. So is there a way for me to tune in to like hear like any noise or anything that's happening behind the door?
Yeah, so you sort of tune your select sound filter to sort of tune out some of the background noise. I mean, you can't tune out all of it because even the select sound filter has limits, and it's a fairly busy corridor going up and down.
Okay.
But you can make an audio perception test.
I rolled 6 hits on my Astral, so I know this thing's social security number.
It is a Force 4 water spirit. Its social security number is 5.
5. Got it.
Or rather, its SIN number is 5.
I just looked up glitches again because I wanted to make sure, but at least it's not a critical glitch, right?
That's true. It is not it's not a critical glitch. A regular glitch still is potentially a success. It's just something interesting.
Inconvenient, weird, wrong happened. I made the water spirit angry, you guys. Sorry.
So you don't sense any traps?
I mean, I don't know. Yeah.
And the way you don't sense any traps is you go right up to the door and jiggle the handle, and it doesn't blow up on you.
Okay. Yay!
You do see that it has it's got a mechanical lock. It's like they had they bolted the door to the wall and they left the same sort of car key lock in it.
All right.
And as you're testing the door, I appear right next to you. There's a water spirit in the area.
Why would you do that?
Nova, you do not hear anything inside.
Bob, I'd like to try using empathic sense to just get the vibe of the people around us, because we kind of look like a bunch of drunk people trying to break into this house right now, with everybody sensing. And
you're not wrong. So this is a perception test. And it's like a sensing, but limited to emotional states.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's pretty good. So as you sort of extend your senses out around you, yeah, you get the sense there are some people who are, I mean, what is this group of people doing? And then you get a little further down the corridor, you get the sense that's like somebody is pleased that you've rolled up.
So I'm going to share that quietly with the group, that somebody seems to be happy that we are where we are. And then a little bit louder, just as like for the people who could hear us that's not us, is y'all find the weirdest things when you're day drinking. I don't know what this is all about.
Go and make a contest using the acting specialty if you have it.
I have performance.
You know what? I'll let you do performance, but I won't give you the edge for it.
That's fine.
You do with the 5 hits on empathic sense. You do sort of narrow down the pleased that you're here sense to a group of Scratcha. Scratcha are part of an orc gang that have long inhabited the underground and have long run. They do some organized crime. It's basically some protection, some smuggling, it's your basic gang, but they're limited to the underground.
And they're the ones that are happy?
They're the ones that are happy.
Are you able to tell, like, in what way they're like happy we're gonna move on them, or happy like, I don't know. You get the feeling, like the real, like the exact feeling of it.
You don't get much more than that, because it's empathy, not telepathy.
Is there telepathy in this?
There's definitely a mind probe spell.
Well, there's Mind Link too, which is less invasive.
Less intrusive, yes.
I mean, I just want to be a psionic. I think that's my next character. Am I already planning to make more Shadowrun?
Episode 3, Fisher dies.
And then you get a psychic.
And you don't have a deck.
I like Fisher a lot. It's a lot. He has a lot of stuff going on at once.
I'd like to talk to the spirit. I assume it sees that we're all here since we see it and we're not sneaking.
Yeah, so yeah, it sort of looks at you guys and then starts to flit off toward the exit.
Hey, you got a minute? Did I catch it, or is it flitting?
Nope, sorry, gotta go. You do sense that it's stuck around long enough to sense your group.
Cool. So as soon as it says that, I look at Nova and go, catch me, and then leave my body. And I'm gonna go chase it.
I'm gonna go ahead and do a reaction test for that one.
You just hit the ground. Oh no.
I mean, that can happen. That's possible.
Yeah, so you do catch her.
I'm chasing it.
You are chasing it. Okay.
Look, there's a little cat in my cup.
So you start chasing it. It is clearly running. And you know, because it's the underground and you're under like living earth, you do have to wait for, basically you're doing sort of normal speed until you get out of the underground, and then it looks like it's going to speed off unless you do something.
I'm okay. So if it's going to speed off, I want to speed up so that I kind of keep a line of sight from above on it as I chase it. I just want to see where it's going. So see if that's helpful at all.
So it does. So you do see a few things. First of all, as you exit the underground, you do see more stuff flying around in astral space.
Okay.
Because it's busy.
Yeah.
You do see the spirit does fly off in a direction, and I'll give you the rough direction as soon as I look at my map here. It flies off roughly east-ish.
East-ish. Okay. I'm still trying to track it from my bird's eye view.
You also sense that either you or it or both are being followed by a larger spirit. If you'd like to make an astral test for that.
I would. Rethinking my life choices as well, but here we are.
And the group never saw Courier again.
She's right here.
She starts spitting blood, and you don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Okay, so with 3 hits on astral signatures, ooh, that's a lot of ones. You get that it is a. Let me pull it up here. It is an air spirit.
Okay.
And it is bigger than you.
Ooh. Okay.
Let's see.
I want to. Oh, go ahead.
You also get the sense that this is a great form.
Great form? What's that?
Mm-hmm. So great form is summoned through. Yes, it's a very great form.
It's great.
So great form spirit is summoned and enhanced through an initiate power called invoking. So they're aptly named. They are great form. They are greater than a normal spirit of that force.
Okay. Which
so
also
they tend to have more powers and more powerful powers than spirits of their type.
Also means that whoever summoned it is chonkier than me.
Certainly.
I'm going to pretend for now not to notice it as I keep chasing this other one.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you for another astral test.
Okay.
Without the specialization.
Okay.
Because this is more of a tracking roll.
Okay. 2 hits.
Okay. So you do track it into. Well, you're not really. Are you familiar with the Metroplex?
She's new to town, so
okay.
Probably
So
not.
You probably don't know, but you do sort of track it into a region where the city sort of fades away, and it's more life. As if there's more stuff growing. Not as many really tall buildings and much more life. And it sort of dives in and around what buildings and what trees and stuff there are. You do eventually lose it.
Okay. When I lose it, I kind of like pinpoint on the like last spot I saw it, and I'm going to briefly manifest so that I can actually see the area, so that I can be like, okay, I kind of, or at least be able to describe it better to the others, other than it was astrally.
So manifesting doesn't really give you any further perception. So you can't like manifest and read computer monitors or anything. But you do sort of take a survey of the area around you so that you can describe at least the life part of it and sort of general topology to your comrades.
Okay, while I'm doing that, is the great form still chasing the other thing or stopping with me? to watch me?
It is stopping to watch you.
Cool. I'm going to go ahead and start zipping again, but I'm going to zip through buildings and stuff so that I hopefully break sight. And like, I start making like weird angles and stuff. So like I'll drop 4 stories, zoom to the next building, raise 16 stories, zoom to the next building and stuff. So I'm harder to follow.
That's fine. You do eventually lose it. Either you've lost it or it's given up chasing you. As far as you're concerned, it's the same result. It is no longer following you.
Okay. All right. Time to go back to my body. So I come to this. This all took seconds, right?
With you tracking it, it probably took 5-10 minutes.
Oh, okay. Man, it was going for a while when.
Yeah, I mean, you weren't going like full throttle out. You were actually tracking something.
Okay.
And so that did take some time.
So I come back to, and I go, air spirit, there was a water spirit here, didn't want to talk to me, got a good look at all of us before taking off. I tracked it to a location, that is, and I'm subvoking all this, by the way, because we're being sneaky about,
You're being sneaky?
You know. So I tracked it to a part of the Metroplex that had a lot of greenery, a lot of plants, a lot of life. And I kind of give more of a description, hopefully someone that with more Seattle knowledge.
Yeah, I want to think about where that could be.
And then
so when she tells you sort of eastish from where you are and talks about lots of plants and trees and life, you instantly, because you know enough about the Metroplex, this is out in Snohomish.
Oh, nice. I like Snohomish.
I
mean,
which at least in 2080, in 2082, it is very farmland. Much of it is dominated by agribusinesses.
And then I keep going in my story while Fisher's thinking about this, and say, also, I started being followed by some sort of great form spirit, which is unsettling.
Great form? Sorry, I don't know about magic.
It's a spirit, like, I can summon a spirit right here, right now, but more advanced abilities when you study hard and you do summoning through this almost ritualistic, it's like a next level thing where you can summon spirits that are bigger and have more power.
So someone just has more XP. Got it.
Sort of.
Video
Anyway.
game reference. I like it.
Anyway, it's bigger. It has more power than I do, which is scary because not only does it have more power, then likely the mage who summoned it has more power as well. So we're getting into something deeper here.
So what it sounds like, because we know the person we're looking for, and he says that really quietly to make sure it's not heard by outside ears, but he's like, has water spirits, correct? So maybe he's trying to keep a low profile because people are hunting him. And maybe this person who has this greater form spirit thing is part of the people hunting him. I mean, if this dagger, this magic dagger, magic is so weird. And I'm sure Curie like rolls her eyes at that. But he's like,
It's
but
science,
if
it's not weird.
if it's as powerful as maybe it could be, I imagine someone really powerful with that in hand could be pretty terrifying. So maybe our guy's scared and hunting. I mean, and hiding.
There's also a
As-
very real possibility that the scrap that are down the way there. I heard a rumor that they're also into smuggling. So it could be a competing company. And I'm so sorry, Mr. Bell. I did not mean to interrupt you like that.
Oh, I wasn't going to talk. That was Roland. No, go ahead. As everyone's having this discussion, I want to sink into stealth and crack the door open. Unlock the door.
So the door is locked, so you will need an engineering test. If you have lockpicking specialization, you can use that.
Cool. Do I need a stealth again, or are we using the old roll?
We'll use the old roll.
Cool. Probably better.
I don't necessarily need you to re-roll that every 5 minutes or anything.
But can I say you appeared next to me and then you disappeared again?
Mm-hmm.
I definitely don't like that. All right.
Yeah, so you go to pick the lock and you have no trouble whatsoever. You have like some of the rakes in your lock in your kit are specifically designed for these what must be a 30-year-old mechanical lock. So you like rake it once or twice and it pops.
So I grab the door handle and I open it up just slightly.
Okay, so you grab it and it starts to slide.
And then I peek in.
Okay.
That face, though.
So what you see, so as you pull the door slightly open and you sort of peer in, because it's a van sliding door. I mean, this is not like a full height door. This is like this is maybe a meter and a half across. That's just large enough that if you bolt a standard van door over it, it will cover the hole. And so anybody human size or taller is going to have to hunch over as you go in. But you do see it's sort of it's that size just at the door, and it opens up again. So it's more sort of human orc sized. And it is a single room with a few lights and a mini fridge plugged into electrical outlets that are still hanging from the walls, like the place is still under construction. So it's got those sort of like the straight wire guide that goes to an outlet that's there. Like somebody hasn't put in a wall there yet.
Fisha, loop the cameras.
Yeah.
If there are any.
On it. I'm gonna loop some cameras. I also want to jam communications using a jammer that I have with me.
So you pop on the jammer.
Yeah, except our communications, obviously. We can talk as much as we want, but anyone else in the area can't communicate. Or, however, I don't know how wide this area is, actually.
So go ahead and make a matrix perception test.
All right.
And as I finish describing what you see, Mr. Bell, you see sort of off to the side, there's like a little, what looks like a little closet where you see like you see a sink and a toilet, but no shower. There is a couch and a folding card table with chairs.
Like an apartment. It's
like a very basic apartment.
It's like apartment. You know those things that are just like one room.
Okay.
Yeah. One room with like a sink on the wall and they're like $5,000 to rent.
I've never heard that term, but that's apt.
Yeah. Can I see any like crude, maybe like, I know he checked the door to see if there's trapped or anything like that, but just want to check the door to see if there's any type of crude traps just right in the area.
Okay, go and make a perception test. So matrix perception is electronics plus intuition.
Oh, me? Matrix perception?
That was me. That was me.
Oh, okay, okay. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm juggling two people doing stuff at the same time.
You're doing great.
Okay, so thank you. So your perception test, you don't see any traps. It doesn't blow up in your face or anything.
Then
Oh my God.
I open the door wide, and I once again gesture my hand as if I'm like showing everybody an elevator door, and I step aside.
I ignore you and look at Fisher for confirmation.
Oh, you can't ignore me.
I don't think you've met REM before.
So Fisher, you don't sense any cameras nearby.
That's interesting.
And as you look around, you do see that it's still kind of bare bones. I mean, a lot of the security features you would see topside, or even in the mall area of the underground, have not made it out this far.
Okay.
This is sort of in the outskirts, even of the underground.
Got it. This place seems to be really off the grid somehow. Even within the underground, I'm not seeing any cameras around here that I can jack into. So, sorry about that. I look in the room, and it being kind of smaller than I am, I go, is there anything electric that I can use in there, or should I just wait out here for whatever?
Looks
And
pretty
he-
basic in there.
Yeah, he just goes, very talkative group.
And so no one has stepped in yet, right?
Nope.
Okay.
I'm just at the door with my hand out.
How would I sense for like any, like I do want to go in the matrix and see if there is anything electric in the room that would like a tracker or something that would send a signal to someone if the room was entered, like that kind of thing before we go in. How would I do that?
That would be another matrix perception test.
Okay. Let's hope it works. Matrix perception.
Okay, that's
Thank
better.
you.
That is way better. You do not sense any sort of devices.
That was a really nice roll, by the way.
Yeah, so you're pretty confident that this place is not bugged.
Got it. Yep.
Yes,
what are our
Carrie?
friends? Oh, sorry.
Did you just high five me, Roland? I love you. Can I go back to Astral Vision and check for a ward? Because I have spells up and that could hurt.
That could hurt. Yeah, so you switch back to Astral Vision. If you'd like to make an astral test, you can do so.
Sorry, Jen.
Mm-mm.
And Jen, you were doing...
I was going to check on our friends down the street to see if they were still watching us.
They are. They're sort of slowly making their way toward you guys. Cure, you do not sense any wards.
All of this, like all the concern, I don't say a dang word about it, so it's all internal. Like,
Is there a back door out of this place, or if we go in, we're stuck in there?
So as Mr. Bell opens the door, you don't see another door into this place. So this is like somebody bolted a van door to a cave.
Just so y'all are aware, we do have some friends that are coming up from down the way. So if we get in there, we might be stuck.
We should probably get going then.
Yeah. Can I turn off their weapons? Can I attack? Like, try to turn stuff off before?
Oh, we can certainly go there if you want to go there.
I mean, if they are waiting and coming up the stairs, I feel like that is we're leaving, right? Are we leaving? Is that the plan?
there could be a clue inside of.
Yeah, I would.
And nobody has set foot in the place.
Yeah, not without a check.
Oh my
first.
god. Okay, I go in there, and I'm rolling perception.
Okay, go ahead and roll perception.
Thanks, Nova.
Yep, you're the brave one of us.
Oh my god.
I'm squishy, you guys. Like, I'm
God.
big, but I'm squishy.
Worst dungeon team ever.
I have a headache. It's a big chonker of a headache.
Could you imagine just everyone going in the dungeon and seeing like a room and going,
No.
Oh, maybe.
I'd like to spend 2 edge to make one of my 4s a 5.
Sure.
Cool. So 5
That
hits.
gives you 5 hits. Okay. So you look around real quick, and you do sense that it looks like maybe somebody slept here last night. Because there's a sheet and a pillow sort of haphazardly draped over the couch, and it looks like the pillow still has the indentation of somebody's head. The couch looks like it's been slept on frequently. Looks pretty old, and you check in the fridge just because. Maybe it's your Stuffer Shack employee coming to bear. But you check the fridge, and you do see in the back of the freezer, you find a sort of a wannabe Born identikit. There is there are 2 burner comm links. So you see 2 comm links that are rating 1. A standard cred stick that when you push the button it reads 250. And a Fischetti Security 600 light pistol.
Ooh.
Okay.
Someone got out of here real quick.
Yeah, I share this with my image through my image link. So you guys can see. Should I take this stuff?
I mean, you would hear Fisher go, I mean, if there are burner comm links, I always could take some more.
I pocket them.
Yes, you see in your AR, it's sort of each of those things is circled. It says take ? Take ?
And you just see a little like thumbs up symbol that's like an emoji that's like pew.
Put them in pockets next to my snacks. I check the microwave.
Like they've
I like to
requested
check the back of the toilet.
Okay. Yeah, so that's about all you find of interest in here. The bathroom has seen better days. I mean, somebody installed a toilet and a sink in a cave, and it kind of looks it. The plumbing is old, but you get the sense from around here as they were expanding out, that's what they had to work with. So you claim the items and start to make your way out.
And when Nova steps in and I see she doesn't explode, I'll step in too and just kind of get another astral look to see if I can match the signature with with the spirit I saw earlier.
Yeah, go ahead and make another a sensing test.
As I leave, I say, too late, I already got all the good stuff.
Yeah, so the sort of residuals that you see here, it looks like either the spirit or its summoner or both have been in here frequently.
Okay.
Yeah. What
And by then the scratcher are starting to come into sort of they come into a range where they sort of, hey, how you doing?
You see Fisher's has his back turned because I wanted to hack stuff.
You wanted to hack? Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll do that after we come back from our mid-session break, as we're now at the 10 o'clock hour Eastern time. So we'll go ahead and take our 10-minute break. Remember to type hashtag REMPC in the chat for your chance to win.
When
just be nice to us.
It's supportive.
Yeah. or make more puns. All the puns you have, we can just have a repository of puns for every day.
Just like bounce them off each other, like just a list of different just try things, you know?
The reason you type in hashtag REMPC is to enter for free to win a copy of Shadowrun 6th World Core Rulebook, Seattle Edition. And that's in PDF. And you can also go to remalternis.com/Nguyen. And for every $5 you spend, you get an extra entry to win. We draw at the end of this show at about midnight Eastern time. So enter to win and support our stream and support our cast. And we'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fantastic time.
See you in 10.
In the land revealed beyond the shroud, they came in search of answers. Drum had always known her place, but Imari never found hers. Which stories rest in this arcane book? What tales can be spun? Who covets its mystic pages? And to what lengths will they go? Perhaps a mythkeeper will weave together these tales in an age to come. But we have an opportune luxury, my friend. For we can see this magnificent performance with our own eyes. Just have your tickets ready. Cobblesworth's Clockwork Circus, Issue 2. It's time to start the show.
What a spell. She says spell like 92 times. Spell.
The earth has changed. All that once was is no more. Cities remain. Power reshaped. Races reborn. Reality reimagined. Violence unleashed. Earth has changed. She no longer sleeps. She has awakened.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Misspent Youth, Fall in Love, Not in Line is the next evolution of the world's best rebellious punk RPG. This time, we're taking Misspent Youth in the direction of invitation, inviting everyone, old school gamers and first-timers, to fall in love with telling all new stories of revolution and fixing what the adults broke. With new campaign settings, new authorities, and a new pilot episode for amateur anarchists, the revolution is just starting. Misspent Youth, Fall in Love, Not in Line.
And welcome back, everybody. We have just finished searching Suds' little cave with a sliding van door. Apparently he slept there a night ago. And I think we're about to encounter the four Scratcha that have been watching you guys as they approach toward a sort of a hailing distance and hey, how's it going?
And Violet turns to them and says, "How y'all doing? I sure like them boots."
Yeah, they're functional. You friend of Suds?
Are you friends of Suds?
No. Well, we've done business with him. He owes us money.
That is such a coincidence. He owes us money too, and we thought we might find him here. Y'all have any idea where he might be?
Go ahead and make an influence test. Fisher, are you still spoofing?
I'm turned around and I pulled wires out of my my thing and I'm like plugged in and I'm like typing away, just like back turned to them like.
So what command are you trying to spoof?
I'm trying to spoof two of the guns by using the fork program as well, to eject their ammunition.
Okay. So this is a cracking plus logic test.
Is that hacking as well, or no?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay.
6, and I'm adding my. With my 6, can I re-roll one of the ones for an edge?
Yes.
All right. R/1d6. Nope, it's still a 1.
It's still a 1. It likes being a 1.
Yep.
And you're still running baby monitor?
Yep.
Okay. Your Overwatch score is now 1.
No, I'm just kidding. Okay.
Because this spoof command is illegal.
Yep.
These are basic devices, or hooked to a basic comlink for a pan. You have no trouble ejecting the magazines on these two weapons. Let me roll some perception. Actually, what I should do.
And I got 6 successes on the influence roll, Bob.
Okay. All right.
I'm listening very intently to my earbuds to see if they react to it being ejected.
So they do not react immediately. They're apparently distracted by Violet.
Can I start trying to hack into the other two?
Okay, go ahead and do that. So, he owes us $3,500. If you see him, he owes us $3,500.
Well, I will certainly pass that along. I'm sure he knows that he owes you, and he's probably hiding from all of us that he owes money to.
It's weird that he even has this place. We heard he got a down-home farming sin. Picked up the identity of a farmer in Snohomish.
Well, that's awful far from the water now, ain't it?
Yeah. Rented an apartment across from one of the agri firms. Ingersoll, I think it was. Like he was going to start farming or something.
Maybe there's secret money in farming that no one's telling us about.
Well, if there is, let him know not to come back here unless he gets our 3,500.
You got it, Drummer.
I just say over the comms, they don't have any bullets in their guns right now. And then I turn back around as I go. Sorry about that.
And then all of a sudden they all sort of look around. How'd that happen?
Well, ain't that just the most unlucky thing?
Yeah.
Weird stuff happening around here now, ain't it?
And they sort of bend over to pick up the magazines that have ejected.
All right, so since he's not here, why don't we see if we can go get something to eat? I'm starving. You just see him acting very awkwardly. He wants to get out of here.
Cool. Okay, bye. And I walk off with Fisher.
Yeah. So with them bending over and with the conversation being over, you have no trouble. If you extricate yourself from the conversation now, you can do that.
And I bump into one of them.
Don't do it.
Nope, I'm doing it.
You can if you'd like.
I want to bump into them and put a tag on.
Ooh. Okay. So go ahead and make it's a stealth test.
Yeah.
If you have the palming specialization, that'll help you.
I don't.
Okay.
Ooh,
nice.
I can't do shit about that. Sorry.
I'd like to stealth to stop him.
I think I'm gonna have to leave this character sheet open for a while, aren't I?
Oh no.
Oh my god, critical glitch.
Yeah. Yep. I fail very heavily. I drop the tag on the ground.
Yeah, so it's one of those things like in D&D where you attempt to plant something on someone and it becomes an uncomfortable touch. And you sort of back off and he's like quickly bends over and grabs the magazine. He's like, "What the? Get out of here."
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. I'm pretty clumsy. I'm also hungry. And I just pick up my stuff tag and I look very defeated and walk away.
Excuse my associate. He's rather large. Enjoy the rest of your day.
I
walk off.
see me very much easily rub a little bit of my horn on the side, the side of the wall or the ceiling or wherever I can because I want to act like I'm more clumsy than I am.
Okay. So with as we ramp up the awkwardness, you guys eventually do make your way out.
Can I leave a Watcher Spirit there?
So Watcher Spirit is a ritual.
Oh, okay.
You can leave your Force 4 Air Spirit if you'd like.
Yeah,
You're
but
already
if it
summoned.
gets out of range and stuff, meh. We'll move on.
Go ahead and mark off your tracking device, by the way. The one you tried to plant.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't have to be a Watcher. I could summon a Force 1 Air just to keep watch.
You can certainly do that, yes.
Let's do that.
I do have one still, though, just to let you know.
Okay.
For the next time I try to do this.
I imagined you had more than one.
Yep. I'm ready to do this all the time. I should probably give it to Mr. Bell, realistically, when I actually trust you. But I do.
So one drain. And you get 4 services from that Force 1.
Drain. Okay, cool. And then my 4 services. So I'll say, please keep watch in here and inform me if anyone comes in.
Okay. And are you still sensing on the way out?
No, at this point I would have at this point I would have dropped it because I don't think the guy's here. So
all right.
But when we go to when I so I come out of the hole after leaving the air spirit, see these orcs and kind of give them the like once up and down before like just turning and walking away. And I am going to tell my force 4. I kind of relay the sense and feel of the great form, and tell it to keep a watch out to see if it spots us or is following or anything like that.
Okay.
To the van.
Yep.
So you get to the van.
Yep. Let's book it to that.
And you drive. So you drive out of the underground
to Snohomish.
Snohomish. All right.
You will see that Fisher is just looking very sad. He's like, I tried, but I'm not good at it.
I'd like to take a look at these comm links that I picked up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I hand them over to Fisher. Actually, you know what?
all right.
Better yet.
Yeah, I'll check the comm links. I want to see what they've been used for, if possible.
Okay. So no test necessary. This is easy to get. Each of these is a metal link comm link. So it's your basic bare bones comm link, the ones burner comm link. Each of them has on it a rating 1 fake sin, with names like John Smith and Mike Smith, his brother.
Right.
Those are real
his identical twin brother.
You see Fisher go, this is great, but it's not as good as Patrick Stewart and Ian McKellen. He pulls out 2 of his Metalink comm links with those sins on it, and then he tucks them away.
Did you tell me your aliases?
Yeah, I don't care.
That's what just happened.
Okay.
I don't care. I got like 4 of them. So I did tell you all of them. Those are burner ones. You can know that all you want.
Send him a private message. Now Mr. Bell knows.
They're literally used to like if I get caught, I'm just gonna be like, there you go, take them. Because I have like real ones that I use, but not that one. I have like, and I'm gonna keep one of these for myself.
He's got real fake ones instead of just a fake one.
Yep. I love it.
Cool.
My goal is to have 10, so that I collect them like Pokemon.
I was gonna say like a Pokemon trainer.
Yeah, so rating 1 sin is pretty basic. It's got essentially an ID card, and that's it.
So if they're not used for anything, I just say that, and then I'm like,
it basically these are the ones you've seen, Nova, all over the place. The Stuffer Shack. Like people come in with these rating 1 comm links all the time. You've seen some rating 1 sins. Maybe you've busted some people. Maybe you haven't. But this is the kind of thing that you can go shopping with, but do nothing else official with.
Can you see who this gun is registered to?
yeah, let's look into that.
That gun is not registered to anyone.
Yeah. See?
Cool. I put it back in my pocket.
Can I see where it was sold from, or like does it have any of that kind of information?
It does not.
Okay, cool. I will take the comm links though. Just more for my collection.
You think I don't look like a Mike?
No, unfortunately. I mean, if you is there a way to ever
way
change?
to assume my gender.
That's fair. That's fair. I apologize.
I want one of them.
All right. Can I keep the other?
Yeah.
Great. Actually, I can do you one better. how would I go about changing a sin on a fake level 1 to like a name?
So changing a sin or making a sin, that's well beyond the scope of what normally you would do. Those are the things you go out and buy because
got it.
There are specialists for that. That being said, this rating 1 sin does not have a picture attached.
Cool.
So for rating 1 sin, you can call yourself Mike Smith.
Hell yeah.
And say that's me. And maybe it passes inspection, maybe it doesn't.
Cool. I'm still trying to understand all.
Mike's short for Michaela.
Mike's short for Michaela. There you go. Or what was the brother's name?
John.
To the cops. Mike's short for Mike.
Mike is short for Mike. All right. I'll be the brother. Now we're siblings. And then he just kind of gives you a little tap on the shoulder with his fist. Like.
Yep.
Yep.
Hey, are you able to figure out where money comes from?
I could look into it, yeah.
I show him the cred stick.
Oh, nice. How would I do that?
So cred sticks are specifically made to be not traceable.
Got it.
Never mind, I take it back.
Yep.
Yeah, you got me there.
So, I mean, we talk frequently in Shadowrun about like using cash, but really what we're using is some sort of certified cred stick.
Right. I have like 2 that I probably used on the last mission and then used to like disseminate to your accounts. Because I brought them specifically for us to get paid on. For the party guy.
And you were each paid with a cred stick.
Yeah. I have more if we need them. Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
What is a data chip again?
So data chip is just a thing you store data on. It's like having
a USB.
Yeah,
it's
my
like
God,
a fancy USB.
Yes, thank you for saying USB. I was about to say floppy drive and date myself.
I know what that
is. But it's a USB port or USB drive or equivalent that you basically would plug into a data jack.
Got it. Thank you.
And it just stores information. Let's see. So you guys have another awkward van ride.
Can we get a fun fact from from our favorite Stuffer Shack employee?
Nah, not this time, bud.
Nah, bro.
They apparently have to be spontaneous. You can't just ask for them.
I don't just dance when I'm told.
That's fair. You're a street samurai. You do what you want.
Does my spirit find anything?
So a couple things happen. Actually, one thing happens. You sense from your Force 1 spirit that you left at the scene, that you left at the apartment, that big spirit came back.
What's it doing?
So it's giving the place a really serious once-over in astral space. It really examines your spirit very closely.
Examine it back.
Okay.
Find out everything you can on it. You look into my soul, I'll look back.
Yes, indeed.
Like the darkness.
It's all of its stuff is equal to its force, so it's going to roll 2 dice to a sense. Okay. So it gets no more than you did. Because it's not as perceptive as you were. It is able to sense that the other spirit came back. It's a big spirit, and it examined the place pretty closely. And then it zips out.
Thank you. Keep watch. Let me know if anything else or anyone else comes through. So the big scary spirit definitely knows my signature. It'll know how to find me.
Oh. All right.
Well, is that his spirit or is that someone else?
Someone else's.
Is there not like a magic? Ooh, you can't find me. I'm hiding in
There
the
is.
magic
I
world.
have not had opportunity to sufficiently research or study or implement such skill yet.
All right. So now we have a target on our back.
Does it know your name?
And with that silent awkwardness.
I love you, Roland.
You know what? I do have a fact for you.
Oh, yes, please.
Oh, the original name of Snohomish was Katyville.
Ah.
Yeah.
Having grown up here my whole life, I had no idea about that.
Yup. Named after the founder, Mr. Katie. And then it was like 20 years later they changed it.
Snohomish is kind of cooler sounding, I will say.
Fascinating.
Sounds like a sneeze, but okay.
It's actually, and I say a fact back, it's actually the name of one of the local Native American tribes.
So we're heading to Snohomish.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Write that one down.
And
search for
and almost as soon as you enter Snohomish, there's this almost sudden phase transition from tall buildings city to low buildings and farmland.
Everybody everybody who's connected with me, your AR suddenly has travel information about some Snohomish. It pops up in the corner of your vision.
Do not send me one.
Does it look like an ad? Is it like a...
Somewhat, yeah. It's like a hotel. Like,
can I block that?
But you do see that it's labeled with Green Mansion.
Got it. Yeah, I also opt out of that.
Yeah, where is unsubscribe from this email? No, I did not sign up for this in the first place.
Actually, I have a question.
Yeah.
If I'm getting if I'm getting messages from him specifically, is there a way to reverse travel on that message to get some more information on the Green Mansion, since I'm getting ads for them anyway?
There is, if you want to spend the time doing that.
I absolutely do.
All right.
All right.
So you can make a matrix search.
All right, great.
So you get an edge from your browse program.
Mm-hmm.
It's an electronics plus intuition test.
Okay. That's a 2. I'm going to use one. So I have 5 with the one from this. What am I going to do? I think I'm going to spend how many to reroll the... It's 4 to reroll all the fails, right?
That's correct.
And then just 1 to reroll whatever is not a fail. I could spend 4 to reroll 4 of them.
You can spend 4 to reroll everything that's not a 5 or 6.
Oh, cool.
Or you could spend 1 edge per die to reroll.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the one that's everything that's not a 5 or 6.
Okay. So it's 4 edge, and it looks like you're gonna reroll 7 dice.
Yeah. Oh, I got 1, 2, 3 hits off that. So 5
plus 5 total. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh boy. So yeah, you're gonna get some more info.
So basically, I get that pop up, and I'm like,
let me follow this back.
Yeah, yeah.
While everyone else is blocking the ad, Violet's like, oh, that looks real nice.
Yeah, so the ad has, like, in the background, it's like it got like the Green Mansion, it's got a hotel in the background. What you get, Fisher, is there's not a hotel attached to it anymore. And what you remember is that something happened a few years ago where there were a bunch of people shot and killed, and that hotel got razed. But you're kind of digging back, and the details are pretty scarce.
Got it. So what I start doing with that information is I collect it and put it in a little file, and I encrypt that file inside my little thing.
Okay.
So that I can send it to the rest of the party later when Mr. Bell is not around.
I'm always going to be around, Randy.
I don't know that. I don't know that.
No, I know.
That is awesome. Okay. So as you drive into Snohomish, or rather as the van drives itself into Snohomish, because you're otherwise engaged, it is as close to a breadbasket as it gets in the Metroplex. You do see signs all over the place. Much of the area is run by two agribusinesses. One is called Aqua Arcana, that runs a lot of the krill or other aquatic stuff. And the other is Ingersoll Berkeley, that runs a lot of the soy production. And it's as close to an actual soy plant as you'll see in the Metroplex. That is the plant form that you see before it gets into the paste that you pull out of your apartment dispenser. And the first place you go, and sort of following the trail, following that direction where Courier, you saw the spirit go earlier, you kind of end at, there is a main Ingersoll Berkeley farm that on one side is bordered by city of identical 4-story apartment buildings that are arranged in a grid pattern.
So the orcs said the Ingersoll side was the rumor of where he was. I can go do a quick scan, see if I can find anything.
I think that's a really good idea. And he means that very nicely. And she just like pops out and he goes, see? And he turns around to the others and goes, see, I try to be nice. And this is what I get every single time. And then he's just leaning in his seat with his arms crossed, kind of.
I'm gonna more carefully than usual zip around, Bob, because usually I just like grid pattern, go, 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 go. But now that I know mages are involved, there could be wards. So I am gonna a little more carefully kind of zip through and like make sure that as I pass through each wall, that the next wall isn't gonna ouch me.
Oh boy, okay. So go ahead and make an astral test.
Signatures?
Sure.
So that's what I'm looking for, yeah.
Three, okay. So you do get to a place. There are a couple of places that are astrally active. A couple of spirits here and there, but not many. You do catch. Do you catch with 3? Yes. You do catch in one building, the 4th floor. There is an apartment on the corner of the building that has some interesting stuff inside. And what you see inside is the signature of the person you're looking for. And you get the sense that, so with 3 successes, I should just keep this table open. His magic is, let me make sure I don't lie to you here. His magic is lower than yours. He does have with him a similar looking water spirit. He is holding what looks to be a wooden case, and it's open, and you can see a dagger.
Ooh.
And it's unmistakable because it does glow in astral space.
Yep. I can't resist getting
I will
a better
show
look at
that
the dagger
to you.
Yeah. So my first instinct is to call my spirit and tell it to engulf him so he can't like run away while we come to get him. But like as soon as I see the dagger, I really want to get a closer look and try to identify what it does.
So there's more.
Oh goodness.
Before you keep planning. So with 3 hits, all you get is that it's magical.
Okay.
So the sense you get is that there is some sort of masking on the thing that you're just barely seeing through.
Ooh.
You also see hanging out in astral space, sort of hovering over Suds, as Suds sort of does the "my precious" with the dagger. You also see a rather large blood spirit.
Nope. Don't like that. Don't like that.
And you do sense that it is bigger than you.
Okay. I'm gonna zip back to my body. So I was passed out in the back, and I just come to and go, drive that way. It's that building. It's fourth floor apartments. There is a big, scary blood spirit there. But the dagger's there. The knife is there, and his water spirit is there. But if we don't move now, we're gonna lose them all. Be ready to go in, guns blazing.
Okay.
You see, as you are coming back to your body, Curie, it is following you.
Ah! It's here! Protect us! I say to the water spirit.
Okay. So in the van, so in astral space, do you pop out of astral space?
Well, I came back too.
Right, you came back to your body. Do you like shut down your astral senses so you're not astrally active?
If I knew it was following me, absolutely not. I want to see what this thing is doing.
Okay. So let's do.
It's gonna ouch me, guys. It's gonna ouch me real good.
Mm-hmm.
If I go down, get the dagger. Get the dagger.
I don't even know your name.
That's true.
If I die, you never will.
All right, so let's pull up a nice turn order here. And we'll have, for now, the people who are the astral people roll initiative.
Because I can't do anything with this.
So it'll be astral initiative.
Astral initiative. Okay, so
I would love to just pull out my 2 guns and then look in the opposite direction.
Hang on, I need to. Have you rolled yet?
I have not yet, because
Okay,
I was about to ask. My astral initiative is 9 plus 2d6, plus I have my 3, my increased reflexes too.
So the increased reflexes is physical, so it will not
Only
help
physical?
your astral.
Okay. Okay, let me just roll this then. And then, do you want me to roll one for my air spirit too?
Yes, please.
Okay, let me open that character sheet.
I think you should have access to control it.
I think so. Yep. Okay. So initiative, Astral initiative.
Oh, you have to click on your tokens first.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry. I'm just this is
Uh-huh.
I'm scared. I'm scared, guys. Here's water spirit. Water. Astral. There. Okay.
So I'll use the 18 it rolled before.
Cool. There's me. Clicked me. Now I go, ooh, this is so scary.
And I'll use the 15 you rolled before.
Okay.
So in fact, the spirit, the enemy spirit, will just astral combat your water spirit, or your air spirit.
Okay.
So go ahead and make an astral test for your... Oh, sorry, it's... see.
Close combat.
Astral. So it should have an...
So skills, it has astral, athletics, close combat, exotic ranged weapon, or perception.
It should be using astral. That's what you use for astral combat.
Okay.
And it yields an edge to the blood spirit.
Oop. And it uses what attribute for that?
Believe that is intuition.
Okay. 4 hits. Hey, that's only one. That's only one net.
Yeah, that's not bad. Excuse me. So it will soak, I believe that is 5p.
Okay, 5p.
Yep.
So what does it roll for?
With willpower.
2 hits. Okay, so
it takes 3 boxes.
Where its boxes here?
And at that point, Fisher, you hear the screaming, "Get out of here, get out of here, get out of here." So you can step on it if you'd like.
Will.
Okay. Then the air spirit will probably engage the blood spirit to try to protect you. Is that correct?
Yeah, because I told it to protect us.
Yep.
I'm still trying to find its damage tracker.
Because it's set up. It's not set up in a regular PC sheet. I'll keep track of that.
Okay.
Is Mr. Bell doing something here too? Did you roll astral initiative? Are you?
He did
Do I need to?
I mean, you could. I think you did. Bob, didn't you say everyone who has astral whatever?
No, who is currently astral? Yeah.
Yeah, I can't do anything.
Got it.
Mr. Bell can shift astral perception to see what's going on if he wants, and then roll. Or just or nah, and we'll just roll with it.
Question, because this is my first time dealing with astral fights. For the people of us who have nothing to do with magic, or I have nothing to do with magic, you guys might have magic. What does that look like? How does that...
You do not
still get attacked by...
No, you are completely separate from astral space.
Yes. Right now, since my astral vision is on, I am dual natured. So I exist in both the physical and the astral plane, which means it can attack me from the astral. On my turn, I'm going to turn off my astral vision, which will mean it has to manifest to the physical plane to keep attacking me.
Got it.
And that's when you can shoot it real hard.
Got it. I'm driving, but yes.
Isn't the van driving?
Now I'm like flooring it.
Oh,
because I got told get out.
So so you rolled so you need to roll an astral for the air spirit.
Astral combat. Sorry. Astral.
And this will be astral plus logic.
Plus logic. Go. 5 hits. Ooh, that's good job, spirit. Oh, that's 7 hits.
Okay.
that's chunky.
And by the way, it yielded, your spirit yielded another point of edge to the blood spirit.
Of course it did.
Curie.
I am going to turn off astral vision.
Okay.
And I'm going to hold action for when this thing manifests to put a big old ice spear in its face.
Okay. And as you guys drive down the street, it does not materialize. You do eventually catch that your spirit goes away. It is eventually defeated.
Yeah. So I pointed out the apartment that we need to get to. So Fisher, were you heading that direction?
Absolutely. You basically were yelling to us to go there. So yes. I figure there's something that's happening right now. And do you look like beat? Like, are you bleeding? Are you?
I have not been hit yet.
Okay.
Luckily, the spirit intercepted the big spirit. So
you see Fisher just sort of like holding the wheel, like pressing the gas pedal, like very awkwardly because he doesn't usually do this.
Yeah. So as soon as the car stops, like I'm gonna urge everyone to climb out and get to that apartment before that guy runs or the blood spirit. You know.
How many floors up?
Fourth floor.
Fourth floor. Is there a window?
Yes.
How realistic is it with wall run for me to get up there?
Let's see. I think it's not too much to ask, but let's find out. I just want to see your wall running real quick. You use the sprint action to run up a vertical surface. Okay. For a single action. Okay. Yeah, so you think fourth floor, you could probably manage that.
Please join me at your earliest convenience. And I take a dash for the door using the wall.
You guys park, and he's the first one out, and you see as he starts to run up the wall toward one of the windows of this apartment. So with that, we'll go ahead and take we'll break to our final 5-minute break of the session.
Good, I need to calm down.
And then we're gonna go to a map and actual fighting.
Yay!
Wow. Thank you all for joining us through this tense moment. Someone else talk about the things we talk about.
Yeah. So, hey, are you watching our stream and enjoying what you're seeing? Do you want to win a free copy of a PDF of the core rulebook? You can do that by typing #REMPC. Is that what it is?
#REMPC.
Then you get a free entry to join our drawing for that, which we do at the end of the show. Or, hey, you like these actors and performers? You could also just donate because all of the donations that you give using New Yen, I believe REMALTERNIS.com/New Yen, will go to us actors and performers who I think, not me so much, but everybody else could really use it. No, I could use it too, please. But basically, if you do donate anything through the New Yen link, what you can do is get more entries into that drawing at the end of the night, which means for every $5, you get one extra entry, and you can get more and more. So whatever you want to do. But the coolest part is that whoever donates the most by the end of the night gets to have some message or saying or pun read by your choice of cast member.
Yeah, I hear there's a pun battle at the end of the episode.
So join us. And I'm sort of joking, but we really appreciate just your views. And if there is any way that you can support, if you're able, that is always greatly appreciated. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll be back in 5.
In the land revealed beyond the shroud, they came in search of answers. Drum had always known her place, but Imari never found hers. Which stories rest in this arcane book? What tales can be spun? Who covets its mystic pages? And to what lengths will they go? Perhaps a mythkeeper will weave together these tales in an age to come. But we have an opportune luxury, my friend. For we can see this magnificent performance with our own eyes. Just have your tickets ready. Cottlesworth's Clockwork Circus, Issue 2. It's time to start the show.
What a spell. She says spell like 92 times. Spell.
Ready to level up your cosplay game? Check out the Geek Forge on Etsy. With a variety of props to give your photos that extra spark, you'll find just what you need. Hold magical fire in the palm of your hand, or take a potion to restore your mana. With a large variety of colors, you can choose your own magical flavor for your cosplay. Bring drama to your photo shoots with these vibrant props and more, all available at the Geek Forge. Are you ready to level up your cosplay?
Misspent Youth, Fall in Love, Not in Line is the next evolution of the world's best rebellious punk RPG. This time, we're taking Misspent Youth in the direction of invitation, inviting everyone, old school gamers and first-timers, to fall in love with telling all new stories of revolution and fixing what the adults broke. With new campaign settings, new authorities, and a new pilot episode for amateur anarchists, the revolution is just starting. Misspent Youth, Fall in Love, Not in Line.
Living
And welcome back. We are now in the fight portion of the program. As despite Curie's better intentions, they are apparently going to fight this blood spirit and a mage and whatever else is waiting for them. So we're now rolling initiative. I've put everybody on the map. And so if you're looking at the map, most of you guys are in the bottom right. The bottom left is where Mr. Bell is, as he runs up the wall toward the window, and the apartment where you need to be. And so I've got everybody except for my NPCs, of course. Where is he? There he is.
Oh shit. You are very far from us, Spud. I like that.
This is where me and Roland's like lack of knowledge of how this game actually works is gonna lead to more fun. Roland's like, I can go in there, and it's about to be like, yeah, because you have astral stuff. Oh no.
Oh no, be safe. You're so cute. Oh no.
Ooh, Othamo.
Oh damn.
A what?
An Othamo, whatever that is.
I don't like it.
Yeah, it has a special name, so I don't like it either.
Oh no, it's a named thing.
I hate things with names. That's why I just call him the Decker.
Okay, so we're going to start with Mr. Bell as he crashes into the window. So we'll actually cycle down to his point in the order, and we'll pick up the initiative order from there.
Well, I don't want to break through the window. I will dangle off my one hand on the windowsill, grab my combat knife, and I want to stab under it and try to pry it up slowly.
Okay.
And then kind of get a peek.
So go ahead and make a, we'll call this a strength and body test. It's a lifting test if you have the button on your character sheet.
Yep. Lift and carry.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, you have no trouble. You're strong enough. You sort of. I mean, that's a pretty good roll with 6 dice. You jam the combat knife under there, and it's apparently in just the right position that it. I mean, the thing is latched. The window's latched, but you pop it, and the latch just sort of pops off as the window rises, and you see inside.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Perfect. No, perfect. Go ahead.
So you see inside. Should make a perception test.
Where are you?
Because you don't see anything immediately. Then you definitely don't see anything.
Did our edge reset for this?
Nope.
Great. Hold on, looking at cheat sheet. So
how dare you not know everything about your character, says the guy who is literally flipping pages through the book all night.
So if you have 2 edge, you can make that 4 into a 5, which is a hit, or reroll to your 2 1s.
If I just get 2 hits, is that better?
That's better.
But not like, I mean, it's like better good or better like I've improved it by a small amount?
better is good.
Can I just spend 1 edge to reroll?
You can.
Yeah, reroll 1.
Yep. But if it doesn't become a hit, you're stuck with the 1.
Okay. Let's just
You're gonna gamble it?
gamble, y'all.
All right.
Oh. Yeah. Nice.
So no, you actually don't see anything in there.
Okay. I would like to go stealth and try to get through the window as quietly and as unseen as possible.
Okay. So don't bother with actually go ahead and take the edge for the electrochromic, but do not bother. You don't need to bother rolling because they are all astrally perceiving.
Oh. Okay.
So they will see. Actually, no. Make a stealth test because you have some expectation that maybe somebody is astrally perceiving, and maybe you can keep out of line of sight of that.
Ooh!
Oh,
Wow! Most impressive.
Dang.
Okay, so you are in, and you're kind of. It's like in the movies, you're kind of hiding behind the curtain, and it's like a floor-length curtain.
Perfect.
And somehow they don't see you.
Perfect.
Fisher.
Yeah. I'm not good at fighting. I could be. Yes, sir. How dare you? I'm
Sorry.
just kidding. I'm kidding.
I'm
kidding.
sorry.
No. I want to check this building out. Make sure all of the electronics that I want to break into this host system as much as I can, so that I can see if someone is trying to like run somewhere, so I can direct people. I want to help as in the best way that I can using technology.
Are you trying to be subtle about it?
No.
No. Okay, so this is you're in the brute force.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're running in and trying to grab this guy, right? What I want to do is lock this guy in as much as I can.
So go ahead and make a cracking plus logic test.
All right.
This is hacking.
Yeah. And as always, have the baby monitor program up because I'm going to need it on this one. Because I'm doing illegal stuff.
Yes, you are. And by the way, Mr. Bell, since you have cat-like, you get a bonus edge.
Nice.
For the balance falling landing safely. So for balance.
I should have 3 edge altogether then? Just to be sure?
That sounds right, yes.
Okay. Cool. Now I'll keep track of it more diligently.
So that is enough to get access because ties go to the acting character and not the defending character. You do, however, have an Overwatch score of 3.
All right.
That is a major action. So unless you have a minor action you want to spend,
I don't know what are minor actions I can do now that I'm
in the Matrix. So there
is there a chart?
There's a Matrix action chart.
Yes. Oh, right. I just saw that page. Okay, I'm on it. Well, I'm gonna enter the host.
Okay.
Because that's a minor action. So I get access to it, and then you see my avatar, which, as I said last time, has this like creepy, like sort of ghost-like mask skeleton on it, sort of just like creeping up to the host and just opens the little door or whatever, goes in.
And this is brute force, so you like put your shoulder into it, and you're in.
Yeah. I like to imagine that he's a mage in the Matrix, so he kind of like a video game type mage. So he's like, and then like disappears inside.
All right.
Okay. I guess that's my turn.
He is not doing anything. thing right now. Oh, that thing. It will spend the 2 edge it has previously gotten to turn a 4 into a 5. So it is able. So the blood spirit sort of, you sense, Mr. Bell, that it has turned its attention to you. It does spend its turn materializing. So you see this sort of blood moon sort of materialize into physical space.
Okay.
Killing hands it when you get a chance.
So I guess Nova is running up. And she'll use a major action to sprint. Okay. It is not its turn to go. The water spirit is not doing anything. Violet.
I would like to. Did Curie tell us if there were any other living signatures in the building, or is it just these?
I did not mention. I just focused on the apartment we needed to get to and the fact that there was a very scary blood spirit. And I mentioned the water one, but very scary blood spirit.
So all you got was very scary blood spirit.
Okay. So for a minor action, I'd like to use empathic sense to see if there are other astral signatures in the building.
Okay. Go ahead and make your perception test.
5 hits, not bad.
So you do have to be able to see targets for empathic sense. Yes. So it's less a scanner sort of thing and more a Deanna Troy sort of thing.
Gotcha. Well, in that case, I'm just going to use my major action to use commanding voice to tell people to evacuate the building.
Okay. So you do see a couple of people come out of these 2 apartments, and they run toward the stairs. That'll bring us to Mr. Bell.
The spell shroud that I have, would that be useful for anything at the moment?
At the moment, you are not subject of any detection spells, so it will not help you.
Oh, okay. To my right there, where I'm standing, is that a door?
So what you see in here, so this is like this is a cabinet. So this is the wall between apartments. So you see a door here to the bedroom. You see a door here that is ostensibly to the bathroom. There are a couple other windows here. So there's the one he came in. There's another one here, and a couple over here.
And what does homie look like? What's his name?
Suds.
Suds.
Tags.
So you've seen a picture of him.
But I mean, like, what's he doing at the moment?
Oh,
sorry. Can I see him?
Yeah, he's sort of. So the trid is on, and he's sort of sitting back. He might have been watching the trid, but he's really looking down at this dagger.
Okay.
And it's a sort of it's a my precious sort of thing.
Right. All right, Belle.
Because
I'm
you,
sorry,
I
it's
mean,
like 2080. I don't get that reference anymore.
I'm sure they've made a bunch of remakes
I'm
with
sure it's
different,
been remade. There's
a few different themes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Every time it's been remade, people get sassy about it.
Yeah.
It's a different like line too. Like they changed the line. I'm gonna. What's this deal here?
That's the blood spirit.
That's the thing. So that's the thing you don't see.
Oh. I mean, that's not true. It's right there. No, I'm just kidding.
But he feels it, you said? He feels the presence of it or something?
Nope.
Nope. Got it. It just is tracking you and gonna.
I put it there just to put it there. It is nothing that you see.
All right. Then, since I don't see it, I'm gonna sprint for the front door.
Okay.
And go to open it.
Okay. So yeah, you have no problem getting there and open the door.
And then can I see them down the hall?
Yeah, as you sort of peek out, you do see, you see Nova down the hall.
Okay. And so in comms, you guys hear doors open. And I think I'm gonna wait. I don't want to fight that thing by myself.
It's gonna murder you, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's gonna.
Like you and me have no idea what it actually does.
Yeah, I fear I'm not. Yeah, I'm gonna just try to stay undercover around the corner, outside of the hallway.
Okay, Fisher.
Yeah. So I'm in the host. I assume I have access to like the cameras, maybe.
Yeah.
In the building. What else am I seeing within this host?
So you see camera. So there's a node for cameras. There's I guess it's all one node. It's like there's cameras. There's fire alarms. It's all sort of the security system of the building.
Right. Okay. And so I can't see inside of the building, but I imagine I saw the door open on that floor because that's where I'm.
Yeah, you definitely saw this door open.
Right. And so,
Mr. Bell, did you step outside or?
Yeah, I want to step outside and be around the corner.
And by the way, you should be able to move your token where you want to be.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, so you can see Mr. Bell steps out. He is no longer shielded by that 8 hits he rolled earlier because he's out in the open.
Right.
What you get is there are cameras in the hallways.
All right, and
there are exterior cameras and the fire alarms.
Cool. I say over the comms to everybody, why don't we get him to run towards all of you guys instead of you guys just running into this space? I can set off the alarms and see if he moves with it. That way, Mr. Bell, you could get behind him and we could sort of pincer him in the hallway.
Yeah.
Get his stuff. Get the dagger.
He knows that I'm here.
Wait,
my voice is noticeably different.
He knows you're there?
There's a blood spirit, and it's following me.
Yeah, but the blood spirit isn't him, I don't think.
He's preoccupied with the dagger.
Got it. So he wouldn't want it to burn or anything. But yes, I see what you're saying. Okay. I will do what I can. I don't know what I can do in this situation, so.
What do you want to do?
What I would like to do is make sure, aside from his astral form, I can't really control any of that. But I want to lock down the floor so that if he tries to run, he can't. I want to get that dagger and then when we are running, open it and then close it back.
So you want to lock down the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you think you might be able to do that. You have enough access that if you do If you do a spoof command or a control device, you can essentially you'd be locking down the elevator. So there are elevators here,
Mhm.
and then the only stairwell is where you guys are, or where the rest of the group is.
Right. Yep. Let's do that. So spoof command that.
Okay.
All right. That
So-
is cracking and logic.
And logic. Yep.
Yeah.
So that gives you at least one edge.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to give you 2 edge
Yep.
because this is not a terribly powerful server or host server.
Cool. And so I just yell at everyone that the floor is at least like locked down. So get in there, get out, and then I'll lock it behind you guys so he doesn't continue to chase you, at least physically.
On the other hand, your Overwatch score does go up another 3, so it's now 6.
Okay.
And that'll bring us to Suds. What does Suds want to do? Suds is hanging there. He's paying. So, Mr. Bell, you saw as as you went by, he was not paying attention to you. He was paying attention to the dagger. The blood spirit, however, sort of squeezes and pours out the door here.
I don't like that description.
And let's see, what is your... So it's going to try to melee attack you. What is your defense rating?
Where are you?
If you click on core, it's in the upper right, right under core combat info. It says DR. and then your-
5.
Okay.
DR5?
DR5. So you do yield an edge to the blood spirit.
Great.
And then you're going to roll a defense roll.
It's right next to your DR.
No, I rolled it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
So now you need a soak, and you're soaking 6 boxes of damage. As it drenches you in blood, and the blood sort of scrapes at you somehow, like it's solid. So next to the defense, there should be a soak button.
Oh, I see. There to go. Oh, Jesus. Can I do a thing?
You can certainly spend edge, yes.
Okay. Back to my cheat sheet.
This is scary.
Get it on her. Cover. Well. Oh, there's so much to read to just like spend an edge. Single die. +1 to a single die roll. No. I don't know what to do. What should I do?
Yeah, because you rolled a 3 and a 1. So your best bets at this point are you can spend 1 edge each to reroll the 2 dice.
Oh, all right.
Or 3 edge to buy an automatic hit.
Let's do 1 each to reroll 2.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. 2d6. Come on, baby. Did I win?
No.
Oh.
No.
So you take 5 boxes of physical damage.
Okay, and I drop immediately, huh?
Well, no, you should have. So when you look at your character sheet, it's still under. So under core, it should have a grid of boxes.
Okay.
So you're going to fill from the top. You're going to fill, and you should see it if I do this. So you should see 5 of them just went shaded.
Yeah, I see it.
So what that does is, since you filled the first row, you're at -1 to -1 die to anything else you do.
Oh, cool.
Because you're wounded.
Yeah.
You are still up, but you are less happy about it than you were half a second ago.
Yeah. Still smiling though.
Can I ask where those boxes are on the core? I'm missing it. Sorry. Like for damage. I just want to make sure I know for the future.
Oh, so it's under condition monitor. So if it's not there, there's the little gear thing, the tool. So I'll do that.
Got it. Thank you. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, so the little tool sort of toggles whether you see the boxes or not. Okay, so that was the Blood Spirit. Nova.
Oh, Roland. One thing you can do, I think, is soak some of that damage with a body roll. Is that true? How's that?
He just did that.
Oh,
that was
okay.
the soak roll.
Yeah, I failed it miserably.
Got it.
Hey, Bob, I haven't gone yet. I thought I was on there. Now it doesn't look like I am.
You are not on there. So go ahead and click your token and roll again.
I had a 17. Where am I? Come back, me.
You're over here.
There I am. Roll initiative.
There's like this thing where everybody has to tell each other their name first before you be able to list it on the initiative. It's what it is.
So we'll move you up, and so we skipped your last turn.
Oopsie.
So we'll have you go ahead and go now.
So I can...
and then we'll go again when you get to your 17.
Okay, so how much can I move? How?
So I believe a normal movement, which is a minor action, is 10 meters.
And each box is how many?
Each box is, I believe, it's 1 meter.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
So
10. That gets me there, right?
Yeah, that's about right.
And then, so that's a minor action.
Yep.
And then if I'm going to use a major action to keep running.
Then I think it's 15 meters for a major action.
Okay.
And I think you can supplement that with a sprinting test. Athletics.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Sprinting, that is not a skill I have.
Athletics?
Nope.
Okay. So I believe that is agility minus, so it's default to agility.
Okay.
And
you're gonna have it as a skill?
Oof.
I cast magic at things. I don't have to run.
Yep.
Okay, and then
to the contrary.
Because I've got my increased reflexes and that's physical, does that get me any extra?
It doesn't get you any extra movement, but remember, because it gave you extra dice, you get extra minor actions.
Oh, okay. So I get 3 extra minor actions because I kept 3 dice?
Yes.
Oh, sweetheart, I am bypassing you.
So that means so you can only spend 1 minor action to move in a given turn and 1 major action to sprint. You can, however, if you have another major action you want to do and you have 4 minor actions, you can convert those.
Another major action I want to do.
Like if you want to cast a spell with something.
Okay. So tell you what then, because this map is big and I didn't quite see this. So I'm going to go back to where I was with my minor action there.
So with your yep. So there you spent your minor action.
Now I can see that big spirit at the end of the hall, right?
Oh yes.
Cool. Let's just go ahead and ice spear him.
Okay.
Let's start with that and see what that gets me. Do I have to call a force for this?
No. So this is just a straight sorcery spellcasting test. What is your attack rating?
Attack rating is
You do have to 11. Okay. So neither of you yields edge to the other.
okay. And then here we go for ice spear.
Ice spear?
I can amp up and stuff. How do I do that?
So you can amp up so you can add damage to the base damage of the spell. For each point of base damage, it costs you 2 more drain.
For each point, it's 2 more drain?
Yep.
Ooh. And right now I've got ice spear is how much drain am I? So that's 5 already that I'm facing. So if I do that, my drain would be up to 7.
Yep.
And would that turn physical?
Well, it should already be physical. Oh, sorry. The drain. Yeah, the drain would be physical. That's right.
Okay. I think honestly, this thing has me spooked. So I'm gonna up it by 1 and go with the physical. Submit. I got 3 hits with 1 amp up. I don't have any out of 12 dice, guys. This is how I roll. Ugh.
Do you have any edge you want to throw behind that?
I've been failing all the time.
What was that, Bob?
Do you have any edge you want to throw behind that?
I'm out of edge.
Okay. Let me go ahead and do a defense roll. So that will miss.
No. Can I do anything about with my minor actions to fix that?
Sadly, no.
Can I give her edge, or do I have to do that on my turn?
Normally you have to do that on your turn. However, since we've already gone through the order one time and you haven't spent all your minor actions, you can do that. It costs you 2 to give her 1.
2 to give her 1, right? So Sarah, I can give you 4 edge, and you can the 2 edge to change that. Or sorry, I will spend 4 edge to give you 2 to change one of those 4s to a 5.
Oh.
And then it's a tie.
And then it's a tie, which will go to you.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
All right.
Jen.
Fun. That's what I built this character for.
Awesome. All right, so that's a hit. There's an amp up, and I'm fine on my drain, surprisingly. That was where I got my 9 hits out of 12. Whew.
Yeah. And so Ice Spear does a base. So what's the base damage on your spell?
Let's see.
Oh, I got it here. It's half your magic, round up, plus the net hits, plus the amp up. So it's 4p. So it takes 1 box.
What? It takes 1 box?
1 box.
Well, this was fun, guys. I'm going to go back to the car. Let's call it
Yeah, so it almost passes through it, but it does sort of, as it impacts, it does sort of freeze part of the blood that it's made of.
Ooh. All right, I do still have 3 minor actions, but I'll just look at what I can do with minor actions for right now.
As I look at what the chilled status does.
Ooh, I gave it a status? That's good. That's
yeah,
good.
Ice Spear gives cold elemental damage and the chilled status.
Yay! I did a thing.
Oh, for a number of combat rounds equal to the net hits, which is 0.
You get my hopes up, Bob.
And then I just dash them.
And then you attack them with a magic dagger and blood spirits. So, thanks.
It's what I do.
All right, minor actions. Yeah, I'll just hold those for now.
Okay. So let's see. Nova. Ugh. So I think Nova is just going to shoot. Oh, that's terrible.
What's terrible?
4 hits on 18 dice.
Ooh.
She has 3 edge left. All right. We'll see where that leads. Okay. So she shoots at it and does no damage. This is where I need to pull another token on the board.
Wait, another token?
Yep. And I know at this point, Sarah, you're thinking, what? Why another token?
It's a friend, right? A friendly friend?
So this is the spirit, the great form spirit you saw before that was following you.
Wait, where is it?
It is down here at the end of the hall.
Oh, God, this map's big. Oh my God, there's another one.
I mean, they're the same size. I'm just at least the tokens up.
Maybe it's a friend.
Maybe it's here to protect you. Maybe you've done some good in your
Have
past
you
life.
met me?
No. I know nothing about your character.
And so it spends its actions, its major action materializing. So Curie, we're back to you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. I'm gonna do it again.
Okay.
I
Cast with an amp up.
yeah. And can what does take aim do? I saw that minor action.
I believe that gives you an edge on your next ranged attack.
Hey.
We'll call it that for now, and I'll look it up after the session.
It's an edge. I have an edge. One whole edge. Okay. I'm gonna take aim, and I am going to do the thing where I shoot it with an ice spear and Kamehameha this thing. Let's see. Here's my amp up is 1. Go. Oh, increase area. No. What is 3 hits? It's dumb. Oh my God.
Yep, that's going to miss. So now the drain test. Since Chad is reminding me to make sure you take your drain test.
2 physical.
2 physical. Okay.
So basically what happens, I try to cast it and go, and because at the power I'm casting it, I actually, like, my fingertips and arms start to freeze over. And it hurts. that hurts. That's frostbite.
Violet.
So I am gonna move up into the area with my friends here.
Okay.
And I would like to,
And you should be able to move your token.
yes. Okay. And this is the hallway that
Yep.
leads into the building, or between the apartments?
It's between the apartments.
Okay.
So it's an interior hallway.
All right. Cool. So I would like to use enthralling performance, and because it's going to be a voice thing, I'm going to pull out my guitar and sing a song, which is very appropriate in the middle of combat.
You're a battle bard.
Yeah. And I have vocal control, which is going to give me an edge because I'm going to attempt to distract Suds from looking at the dagger so that Mr. Bell can get in there and grab it. So enthralling performance is a minor action. Vocal control is passive. And I think that's everything that I can.
So then you can roll your skill plus magic.
Right. So it is my performance plus my magic.
Ooh.
Okay.
I like that roll very much.
Nice.
So enthralling performance lets them be. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
It lets them be mesmerized, and
the number of hits is the. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's the threshold for the perception test.
Mm-hmm. And they can be distracted and entranced for a maximum of charisma plus magic times net hit minutes. But if they're attacked, it shakes them out of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have a particular song you're singing?
I am gonna sing a song about a man who left the city for the simple life. It's out that the simple life was. It's going to be Country Boy Blues.
Country Boy Blues. All right. So, Mr. Bell, you hear from down the hall, and you see now that Violet has pulled out a guitar and starts into the first couple of the first verse of a song that must be called Country Boy Blues. And it is now your turn, Mr. Bell.
Can I get around this thing? Can I walk through it? Can I do a maneuver?
You can do a it'll be an athletics test to sort of tumble by it. If you have gymnastics, and I think your cat-like gives you an edge for that.
Yeah, so with my whatever. My flexibility. I want to try to like slump down under it or something to get inside. I'm sorry, what was it again? Athletics?
Athletics.
Oh, and I haven't. You said I got an edge? Cool.
Yeah, you got an edge from your cat-like quality.
Okay. Oh
my. Oh, every die a hit.
Wow.
So yeah, I kind of get low under it, even on all fours, kind of, and like slide into the room, and then I want to sprint towards Suds, whatever.
Sugs.
And then can I tell that he's distracted?
Yeah. So you can see he's still kind of looking at the dagger, but not really. He's sort of, the eyes are glazed over and sort of nodding his head to the tune.
So I flip out my dagger and I hold it just between three fingers, and I go to reach for the one with my other hand. I go to reach for his to pull it away
and do a switcheroo.
I don't. If he makes a stun, it moves. I'm going to stick him.
Oh, okay. So it's not a switcheroo. It's a defensive measure.
Yeah.
Go ahead and make a
Take it up too.
a stealth test for palming.
Okay. If I don't have like palming or anything like that, just generally stealth.
It's just stealth, yeah.
Okay. Come on, roll 20.
And you'll get an edge for the song. And that's enough.
Okay.
Yeah, you sort of sweep in and you basically pull the dagger out of its case. I mean, it wasn't like. I mean, there's like an indentation there's an indentation in the case where it's meant to be secured, but it wasn't really secured because the guy was holding it.
Right.
As you sort of sweep the dagger out with your hand.
I try to put it behind my back and put it in the sheath from my combat dagger to see if it fits in there.
It's maybe about the right length, but it kind of rattles a bit.
That's fine.
Because this dagger's more of a stiletto and less of a combat knife.
Okay.
But that'll bring us to Fisher.
Yeah, who is in the hall, watching all of this go by, and he's like, "Oh my goodness." He's basically. I'm keeping my my hand on the pulse of like what's going on, and as soon as like our friends are all out of this room and building, I'll lock the door to like trap the guy in there with this blood spirit. Maybe it's him. Yeah, so that's the plan.
Okay.
I guess I saw that I could turn the lights off or turn up the speakers, but I feel like that wouldn't be helpful for the rest of us. So I think I'm gonna wait right now, but maybe that's as he's trying to run away, I turn off the lights kind of.
Okay.
I do want to give my edge to someone because I don't need it right now. So let's give it to the only person who's been doing a lot of damage. Curie, you get some extra edge. You get let me double check how much.
So it costs you 2 to give her 1.
Right. Oh wait. Oh, there's a lot of characters on the info page now. It cost me 2 to give her 1.
Yes,
You get
that's correct.
2. You get 2.
Okay.
I spent 4.
Thank you.
Yep.
I mean, you're attacking. I'm watching. I'm like
Trying
sitting there with
real hard.
virtual popcorn. But I'm terrified for you guys. That's the other thing.
All right. So that brings us to Suds, and Suds seems not to have noticed. He's still nodding along with music, and with that, we come to the blood spirit. And I'm gonna make you guys wait to see what the blood spirit does as we get to the end of the session for tonight.
But I'm scared.
It's what we call in the business a cliffhanger. So I believe it's 2 weeks from now we're playing.
I have to wait 2 weeks?
You have to wait 2 weeks to find out what the blood spirit's going to do, what this new spirit is all about, because it hasn't actually done anything yet. And does Mr. Bell make it out with the dagger?
Yeah.
Thanks, I hate it.
Probably roll a bunch of ones.
He's got a window. He could just reverse
go out the same way he came in.
Yep.
We'll
the window back when you like come back.
So we'll halt there, and then we'll I believe there's some announcements to be done and a drawing to be held before the end of the session. So Rem, if you want to take that away.
Yeah, so things happening. Okay, so First of all, let's deal with this is your last chance to type in hashtag REMPC in the chat to enter to win the PDF of the core rulebook for Shadowrun. And you can also do last minute donations for the cast and crew at remalternis.com/nuyen. Every $5 gets you an extra entry to win every single week. You can also join our Patreon at patreon.com/remalternis. And Patreons get bonus entries too that like go super far and like come back every single week. So worth it.
You want to be a patron?
Yeah, and on Patreon, we are going to be releasing character creation sessions for each of these characters and more content as well. So I think that's all that news while Kender gets us our final tallies and winners. But in the meantime, next week, we are not going to be here with Shadowrun, but we will still be here with Rules of Cool and our new premiere of the One Shot Show, which is going to happen monthly, the second Thursday of each month. And we're going to play Misspent Youth, which is currently live on Kickstarter at remalternis.com/misspent-youth. And we are approaching 13,000 and our first stretch goal, which is really great. Please come help support. It's teen punk rebellion. It's a really fun game. We've been having a blast with it. Yeah, let's do, while we're, again, waiting for final news from Kender, Randy, why don't you plug your stuff?
Yeah, so I am doing a lot, but what is reoccurring right now is obviously this on Thursdays. I'm doing a show over on Nat 20 Productions channel, which is called Edge of Legend. So you can come check me out there. You can also watch Harbingers, which tomorrow's episode 2 of, which is this Savage Worlds game. You can follow all that and more if you follow me on Twitter at RollerRaja. That's ROLLERRAJA.
Awesome. Jen, how about you? What do you do?
Yeah, so I'm Jen, and I run the Geek Forge. And this week we released a collection of some very cool Asian and American and Pacific Island American comic artists and writers. We compiled this list last year, and it is now in one easy to read location for 30 days of awesome creative. And so we also have some exciting new products that we will be announcing soon with a launch party.
Awesome. Roland, how's Hawaii?
Oh, it's warm. I'm wearing this freaking long sleeve right now. It's not comfortable.
Oh, no.
If you all watch Like Clockwork, you know that this is my favorite part where I say that I don't have anything going on. But on all of my social media, you can find me. I am the Foul-Mouthed Gentleman. That's Instagram. And on even old people Facebook. You can find me there too. If we ever do Like Clockwork on Sundays again, you will catch me there. Not sure if we're doing one-shots or what we're doing. But that's me in a nutshell.
Awesome. And Bob?
Well, I don't have anything myself new, but I will plug because the Shadowrun and Catalyst Game Labs Facebook pages dropped this earlier today. If you go to www.shadowrun6thworld.com, they've dropped a roadmap for the releases for the rest of this year. They dropped that just today. And there's a lot of really cool stuff on it.
I will say that REM ALTERNIS Productions may or may not be involved in at least one, if not more, of those projects. So that's all I can say right now.
Awesome.
But that's cool stuff. Awesome. All right. Well, we do have a winner. So our winner for the drawing is Eason, Mr. Vimes on Twitch. Congratulations. We'll get you that copy of your PDF. And our highest donor was unfortunately Hal, who sent me a thing he would like me to read. Let me find it. Hey, everyone. What is a street samurai's favorite browser?
What is it?
Chrome. I hate you, Hal, so much.
I liked it.
So much. I feel nauseated and dirty.
Breathe through it.
I'm gonna go take a shower after this.
Breathe through it.
Ugh. Kendra Mage tried to drop another one in, but
Yeah, this is. I believe this is a proxy for Colin / Voodoo Goth.
Yeah. Why don't I'll read it.
Oh,
I
perfect.
So, I bought a record that was supposed to be audio of Wasp Nest, but it didn't sound like that at all. Turns out I was playing the B side.
That's great.
You can always count on Kendra Mage to spice things up.
Yeah. Thanks for that. And thank you, Colin.
Gross. Well, thank you all. Also, very special shout out with our 1 minute left here to Teslan, who is our producer and tech. Thank you so much for making us all look good. But it's that time, so we will see you next week for Misspent Youth. Bye, everyone.